Hello. I, I join in on these streams when it comes to topics like this because this is the fourth one we did? Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, okay, for those of you who know and have been here before, we already had this discussion based off of a muted. Oh, Mizu, you're muted. Yes, you are. Anyways, we're not here to fight. We are here to talk about someone who has a poor reading comprehension.
Yeah.
And for those of you who know and everything, we have already done a React stream with this topic already. If you're familiar with the Cal Does Life video that we reacted to a few months ago, we talked about it so hard that he deleted the video. So, we talked about this once, we'll talk about it again.
Mizu and Lum Lum getting closer to canonical heights. I've been trying, chat.
It's okay. You don't have to put us at the canonical heights.
I'm working on it, though. But, chat, we're just gonna watch through her whole stream, give our commentary on it. And I will say this, chat, because this will be the third time I've watched it. Because I hate myself, obviously.
I haven't watched it yet because Mizu likes my raw reactions.
Yeah, chat, I like it when she does it raw. But I have watched through it once, and she even in her description, she's like, it's POCD is not a thing. I did the research. She read like one study and then 2 blogs and concluded that everything she read was fake. And it was hard for me to like sit through the video because the entire time it's just, you're not disproving anything. Half the time she's just lying about what she's reading when it's on screen and you can see that she's lying about it. It was genuinely so frustrating to watch. And I've talked about it before in the past, but this is one of those things that can genuinely like kill my enthusiasm for a content creator. Because when a content creator covers something I'm knowledgeable about and they get it so wrong, it kind of makes me be like, okay, well, do they always get it wrong? Like, are they just always incorrect and I've just never noticed because it's not stuff I'm really interested in? I think the first time I ever had this experience was over a YouTuber covering Fire Emblem, and they got literally every single character's entire personality and every single game's story completely wrong. And I was like, okay, so I'm assuming in all your other video game videos, you're just half-assing it and you get everything wrong all the time.
It sounds about right. I don't know. It's like ever since the Cal video, I would just, passively look at articles if the topic comes up in conversation with like either Mizu or something. I've learned a lot more interesting things when it comes to this type of thing. And we'll talk about it as we go through the video. But
Yeah.
it's definitely one of those like nuanced things where it's like, oh, this could really just happen and people can't control it under various circumstances. But yeah, no. You got anything else to add?
I will say, chat, there's some stuff Kirsche says in here that is just off the wall, and it is hard to watch it and be like, and not just immediately go, are you retarded? Like, did you really say that? And you're like, yeah, no, this makes sense. For those of you who have watched the video, the one that hit me the hardest is when she was talking about Escape from Tarkov. And it is, you're gonna find out how that's somehow related to this, but...
Escape from Tarkov, what the fuck?
I think you're gonna You're either gonna laugh or you're gonna facepalm when she says it. Super chat for 10 from Dark Resurrect. I think Kirsche missed the mark on this one. She's good on the bridge stuff, but she's completely misunderstood this. But yeah, chat, Lumi especially is gonna love when she talks about Escape from Tarkov.
No.
Anyways, I'm gonna use the podcast screen for us, chat. Because it's kind of the best screen I have for this.
You're just peeking.
Oh yeah,
like,
no.
hello.
Hello. But chat, I hope you're all excited for a Kirsche video. Also, I'm playing at 1.25 speed. 1.5 is a little fast, but 1.0 is a little slow. So this is what I went with. Tell me if it's a little too fast for you guys or if it's a little too quiet.
We switch to these tabs because I did this ages ago and people were talking about -8, which is an artist who admitted that he likes.
Oh, so I want to clarify this. When she says -8, I am almost 100% sure she's talking about my thread on -8. Because the only person that has ever mentioned the words -8 and POCD in the same tweet is me.
You know, I think I have an idea on how she came across that topic. Because remember the the great spurg out of Proctor?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he probably showed it to her when that little thing happened.
That is a possibility. Because if you look at it, chat, POCD has not been a big discussion until I kind of brought it up with -8. And now suddenly everybody's using it as if they all understand what it is and they've all known about it their entire life. Like, no, none of you did. You're all lying. Stop lying to yourself.
Heck, I didn't know it was a thing until we were looking into it for the Cal video.
Exactly. And they're just pretending like, oh yeah, we know what it is. No, you don't. Liars.
Children. And I feel like when somebody admits that, you don't try to be like, oh, well, aunties made him do it. That's a little fucking weird. And the first time I was able to find any links between OCD and pedophilia was a 1999 news journal. Or not news journal, but like scientific journal. Let me see here. I want to make sure I have the correct date. Because this is 2018. But I'm pretty sure this is from 1999. Okay, so I got it, chat. I got it, chat. We're all set. We're all set. So, in looking up POCD, because before I talk about something, I typically want to understand exactly what it is. So, this is a 2018 science journal.
To clarify, because like I said, I've watched through all of this. This has absolutely nothing to do with POCD. At all. This is an article talking about pedophiles having what's called comorbidities with other mental health issues. Which anybody that knows anything about mental health knows if you have a mental health issue, you probably have 2 or 3 more to go along with it. They're called comorbidities. And there are certain mental health issues that have greater levels of comorbidity with other health issues. It's not all, like, consistent. I'm trying to think of, like, the popular one, right? Is, oh, it's POCD. I assume this was POCD as in extending people of color. No.
No, not that.
She does admit towards the end of reading this that this is an article about comorbidities, but it's genuinely just a waste of time because she knew before she was reading it that it had nothing to do with the subject.
I mean, it's like unless she was reading it for the first time live. I don't know.
You know, she claims she's read it before this. Illness A go hand in hand with illness B, diabetes and hypertension. Yeah, it's not necessarily that. It's a lot more complex with mental health issues, but it is a comorbidity thing.
Did you look up this article that she was referencing, or at least try to find it?
No, because it didn't really matter.
Fair
it really
enough.
is just like, oh, you know, we got like a group of pedos together, and some of them have like this mental health issue, and some of them also have this mental health issue, and it's just like, yeah, Question mark? This wasn't necessary for this study.
Yeah, they do similar things with like a bunch of other mental disorders. Like, oh, we got a group of depressed people to see like if they have X, Y, or Z, or we got people who have autism to see how much this is, and that's how we got the autism spectrum.
Oh, so I will clarify this because somebody in chat mentions expecting a rational conversation on this topic is impossible. Anything involving potential danger to kids will throw any rationality out the window. I've talked about this before. None of these people are doing anything to help kids. Point blank, none. None of these videos are helping kids at all. So, like, I'm sorry, I don't really have sympathy when you're like, well, you know, I don't want to take chances when it comes to kids. You're not taking a chance. You're not doing anything. Why are you acting like you're actively helping anybody? You're just talking shit on YouTube.
It's like, honestly, similar to when we were talking about, like, the pedo hunter videos and stuff.
Yeah.
Hardly any of them actually help children because half the time it gets botched to all hell. There is only one channel that I know of that actually does work with police and have a 100% conviction rate in terms of the people that they catch.
Yeah.
Otherwise, everyone else fucks it up.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like, what do you specifically think you're doing? Because you're not even like outing pedos in these. Like, at least the pedo hunters are outing pedos, even if they're not actually getting anybody arrested. You're not even outing pedos. You're just talking about like a general like concept of it. You're not pointing to anyone specific. You're not pointing to anyone that was victimized. You're just a general concept of talking about it. It's not helping anybody. Stop pretending like you're doing something. You can't hide behind that excuse forever.
Pedophilic sex offenders are characterized by reduced GABA concentration in the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex. This is basically something wrong with their brain. A pedophilic disorder is characterized by abnormal sexual urges toward prepubescent children. Child abusive behavior is frequently a result of lack of behavioral inhibition, and current treatment options entail, next to suppressing unchangeable sexual orientation, measures to increase cognitive and attentional control. We tested if in brain regions subversing attentional control of behavior and perception of salient stimuli, such inhibition deficit can be observed also on the level of inhibitory neurotransmitters. We measured GABA concentration in the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex and in the control region, the pregenual anterior cingulate cortex, in pedophilic sex offenders, and matched controls using a 7 Tesla steam magnetic resonance spectroscopy. In DACC, but not in the control region, pedophilic sex offenders.
So I'd like to point out, she has absolutely no idea what any of this means. Like, very obviously, she has no clue what the fuck any of this means. She's just reading it straight off. Which is why I think she probably should not have, like, even covered this at all. Because guarantee she doesn't know what any of this means. She's kind of narrowed it down to what she says at the start to, well, there's something wrong with their brains. This isn't, like, a specific scientific study, but there's a famous anecdote from a French neuroscientist. And he says that if we had the money and the material to do a total MRI brain scan on every human on Earth, it would completely destroy our perception of what a brain is supposed to be. Basically, the idea is, for a time, he wanted to do a study, and he tried scanning, like, a bunch of people's brains that didn't have, like, you know, quote-unquote problems that needed a scan. And he kept finding people with just entire sections of their brain missing, people whose, like, entire, the makeup of their brain was just different from everybody else's. It was just over and over, and he had to stop the study because it's just expensive. Like, MRIs cost money everywhere in the world, even in socialized healthcare countries.
Yeah.
But he basically said that if one day we could somehow MRI every human on Earth, we would have to revise every single test book on, like, neuroscience. It would not be able to, like, there wouldn't be a default brain like we consider it today.
Yeah, and plus it's already hard trying to understand the brain because imagine, like, having to dissect and understand yourself.
Yeah.
Because that's what the brain is doing.
Yeah, and the only reason I mention this is because her only understanding of this study is their brain messed up. Well, yeah, it's kind of everybody's brain messed up. It's not really like... It's not really something that people think about, because everyone thinks there is a default brain and the brain works a specific way. We're kind of finding out as time goes on that that's not really true.
So there's likely types of brains then?
It's a possibility, but we'd need like wider studies into it. The problem is MRIs are just expensive, and getting people to donate their brain specifically to science, also kind of difficult.
Yeah, because it's like hell. When I was in high school and doing a specialized anatomy and physiology program, we got to go to a couple of labs and actually look at brains that were donated by people post-mortem for science. And dear Lord, even just the like how brains look physically is like a lot of it is very subtle, but there's a lot of differences as well, especially if they're smokers, especially if they use certain types of drugs for certain mental issues that they had. It's insane.
Yeah, I think a lot of pop culture has given us a false perception of the brain and what it's supposed to look like, when in reality, everybody's is different. And it's really not as easy to just be like, well, we scanned the brain and we saw a problem in it, so we know exactly what you have. It's very difficult to pin that down.
Showed a reduced GABA and CR concentrations compared to the healthy controls. The reduction was robust after controlling for potential influence of age and gray matter proportion within the MRS voxel. Importantly, reduced GABA CR in patients was correlated with lower self-control measured with the Barrett Impulsiveness Scale. Essentially, blah, blah, blah. They keep going on. And they give you a little introduction on how pedophiles have fucked up brain. But the thing that I wanted to reference was the Bradford 1999 Science Journal was the first time I could ever find any instances of pedophilia and OCD being linked in any way or shape or form. There's some evidence that pedophilia and obsessive compulsive spectrum disorders show a phenomenological as well as etiological overlap as reflected, for instance, by similar pattern of brain structural deficiencies. ADHD is another highly comorbid clinical condition in pedophilia, which may further sexual disinhibition, and therefore has been discussed as an important vulnerability factor to sexual delinquency. So essentially, in the Bradford Journal talks about how when someone is a pedophile, they typically also will exhibit comorbidities of other mental illnesses. Often they will exhibit OCD, they will exhibit ADHD, they will exhibit anxiety, depression. There's a lot of comorbidities when someone is a pedophile. So this isn't saying that there's something that is POCD. This is saying that paraphilias like pedophilia typically have a lot of overlap with other mental illnesses. What? No way. I know. So at some point...
I do want to also clarify this because she acts like it's a huge damning statement. In mental health, comorbidities with ADHD specifically is ridiculously common. Like, if you have any mental health issue, there's something ridiculous, like a 60 to 70% chance you also have ADHD.
Yeah.
Like, it is not a wild thing to say, oh, this mentally ill person also has ADHD. That's actually more likely than not just something you can assume. There's also, like, mentioning that there's overlap with OCD. Again, in mental health, OCD is not exactly like an uncommon one. I think the four most common, I think last I checked, for comorbidities are narcissistic personality disorder, OCD, ADHD, and autism. The autism is kind of like a fairly new one because for years autism was kind of written off in studies, but in recent years autism has kind of been added to like the comorbidity list.
I mean, you could probably throw in BPD as well for how goddamn common it is for some women.
I don't think BPD is a huge common comorbidity, but that could be like a study bias thing because it is so much more common in women, and they typically study on men. Just like for men, autism is extremely high.
Yeah.
Around 2015, this man, Dr. Jordan Levi, I guess? Dr. Jordan Levi is a licensed psychologist in private practice in Manhattan at the Center for Cognitive Behavioral Psychotherapy and in Livingston, New Jersey. He specializes in the treatment of anxiety and obsessive compulsive disorder, including the purely obsessional subtype, pure O. And he's written a bunch of articles 8 signs you might have somatic OCD, 9 signs you might have pedophilic OCD, 13 signs you might have harm OCD, 8 signs you might have existential OCD, 13 signs you might have relationship OCD, 11 signs you might have suicidal OCD. You get the picture, right, chat? Like, he's made a whole bunch of fucking subgroups in 2015 of OCD. And of them, there's this article. And pretty much everything I've seen that talks about pedophilia, OCD.
So, I have to call this out because I think this is her just not understanding kind of how these terms are used, which is not necessarily her fault, but the fact that she's just like she's kind of skimming over this, like he just made up a bunch of random subtypes. No, this is more like a diagnostics thing, right? I think a good example is when researchers talk about something like autism, that it's just blanket autism. They don't have like all these classifications of autism that we know about and that people use kind of like sparingly. They just say you have autism. It's the same thing with like BPD. It's just you have BPD. Typically they don't mention like you have type 1, type 2, that kind of thing. These extra classifications are meant for therapists, not necessarily like for everybody else. And that's so your therapist can better kind of address, you know, what your issue is.
And it's like, for a lot of things, in like, especially when it comes to like subcategories of specific mental illnesses, the funding for like, you know, studying them more just isn't there. Even with all of these like, you know, nonprofits being like, oh yeah, we'll donate to this for this research, this to this. The funding's not there, and a lot of people just don't want to deal with it as well.
Exactly. And some people just don't care, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's a controversial opinion to say that mental health, specifically in the United States, is not really treated seriously. But then as soon as we go to talk about something like this, suddenly it's like, no, we fully understand mental health. There can't possibly be anything else.
Yeah.
Cites Jordan Levy as the source of the information. Dr. Jordan Levy is a licensed psychologist specializing in the treatment of anxiety and obsessive-compulsive disorders. The diagnosis of pedophilia has absolutely nothing to do with the diagnosis of POCD. Avoidance plays an important role in the perpetuation of POCD. Individuals suffering with POCD will do everything in their power to ensure that these fears do not come to fruition. Treatment for POCD entails engaging in exposure therapy while simultaneously addressing the shame resulting from stigma. What was the sample size? Hold up, exposure therapy? Yes, you heard that right. Imagine one day you are walking past an elementary school playground. You glance over at the children, and out of the blue, a thought enters your head. Did I just look at those kids in a creepy way? Your brain immediately begins to doubt and analyze whether your glance was creepy, and you're flooded with terror. Why would I be staring at kids? Do other people do this? Was I physically attracted to one of them? Is there something wrong with me? Did I do something inappropriate? Did I get aroused by the children? Am I a pedophile? Am I going to become a pedophile? What does this mean that I am even thinking these thoughts? Sorry, so the guy openly admitting he is in possession of CP? No. By exposure therapy, he means if you are afraid you're going to become a pedophile, spend time around children so that you understand you will not become a pedophile, is what he means by exposure therapy.
Also, no, that's not what exposure therapy means. This is a common problem with Kirsche, is that she seems to think exposure therapy is just continually traumatize yourself with your triggers until you just aren't triggered by it anymore. And trust me, that's what she means. She clarifies that later in the video.
And it's like, okay, usually with exposure therapy, you do that with a therapist and like, you know, someone licensed that you trust.
A therapist with a treatment plan. You typically do it incrementally in small doses, in specific ways.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, you could probably link poor exposure therapy to like, you know, people who are just like, oh man, I like X, Y, and Z. Oh, it's boring now. I need to move on to something more extreme. Actually, hold on, you got the perfect example. OnlyFans chicks. They start vanilla, then they're like, oh, I need more views, I need more money. Then they do something more extreme. Oh, I'm not bringing in any more money. They do something more extreme. And that's how you got the chick who fell off of a 3rd-story balcony while doing a threesome.
Exposure therapy does not just mean just go do the thing. Yeah, I talked about this on Twitter, but my example for why she doesn't seem to understand what it is if you have like severe, like a bunch of allergies, because I had a girlfriend that had a bunch of allergies. What a doctor will do is they basically give you like very tiny doses through needles all over your back, and they gauge like the reaction of each injection to see just how much, like where your allergy is at. Kirsche is hearing about something like that, and she's like, well, actually, all you have to do is, if you're allergic to shellfish, just go and, like, eat a whole bunch of it and keep doing it, because anaphylaxis is a skill issue, and eventually you should just not have a reaction. That's not how that works. All of this stuff is being talked about in, like, a medical setting with the assumption that you have a licensed therapist who is creating a treatment plan for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so dumb that she thinks of it this way. And that was when I knew this was going to be like a bad video right off the bat. Because like, you have no idea what you're talking about, do you?
Bug brings up a good point. Jordan Peterson's elevator fear explanation is probably the best summary of exposure therapy I've heard. Yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever heard it.
I'll send it to you later.
Okay, fair enough.
Therapy. The next time that you were in a similar situation, you were probably acutely aware and on guard for whether there were any intrusive thoughts present. Now, whenever you walk by a school or playground, you avoid eye contact with everyone. You check where your hands are to make sure you won't accidentally touch a child inappropriately. And you're on guard and panicked that you will experience more intrusive thoughts that suggest feelings for children. And again, this is very different from that 1999 study that I was just talking about. This is a complete different thing, but I wanted to point out where OCD and pedophilia started to become linked in science journals so that people could see the transformation from simply paraphilia as having a connection with other mental illnesses, and then Jordan Levy here coining the POCD term.
That is not at all what you've done. I don't know why she says this. Did you hear what she said?
I kind of zoned out just for a second. I was reading chat. What'd she say?
She says that she had covered the original study that she did right at the start because she wanted to show people how like OCD and pedophilia were getting conflated in science before this happened. It's like, that's not what that is. Mental health studies are going to mention all kinds of different mental health issues, and specifically comorbidities are always going to come up every single time.
Yeah.
I don't understand why she thought this is how this worked. And I don't want to spoil too much, chat, but what she's doing, and I figured this out by the end of the video, is she's trying to create a pathway for you to discredit this guy and be like, actually, this entire thing is a malicious attempt to justify being a pedophile. And she's slowly trying to craft that bridge without really understanding what she's talking about. And it's just going to constantly get worse.
Why would I be on a playground? If you're afraid of explosives, be close to them. Oops, I accidentally just inappropriately touched that child. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is very weird. You may even check your genitals for signs of arousal. I don't know, man. I'm just saying, this is kind of weird. You worry others are looking at you, and you may even begin to question what you've done. You feel your only options to escape in order to protect the innocence of the children. You may feel that you're a monster and a bad person for having these thoughts in your brain. What you may not realize is that you may be suffering from a very common form of obsessive-compulsive disorder called pure O, and you're not alone. Purely obsessional OCD, also known as pure O, is one of the most common yet lesser known manifestations of OCD. People with pure O experience minimal observable compulsions compared to those with who experience the typical form of OCD, such as checking and hand washing. While ritualizing and neutralizing behaviors do take place, they are mostly of a cognitive basis. The primary anxiety-reducing vehicle is mental rumination. Purely obsessional OCD often takes the form of horrific intrusive thoughts of a distressing or violent nature, and the sufferer spending a great deal of mental effort trying to check, neutralize, and avoid certain thoughts. The internal verbal behaviors encompass excessive ruminations, thought loops, mental checking, and mental avoidance of certain thoughts. Endless amounts of time is spent attempting to answer the unanswerable questions that the OCD posits. And this is where we get into the exact same language as the map sort of debacle, where maps are like, maps say that they are a minor attracted person, but they're a no contact map, which means they're not actually a pedophile because they won't actually touch a child. But this is a redefinition of what pedophilia is. Pedophilia is the attraction, not the act.
Isn't the whole map thing is that they are aware that they are a pedophile, but they just make sure that they don't go out. They know they are. They say they are, but they just don't go out.
Yeah, I don't know why she tries to compare this to the map thing. It has literally, it's not even close to the same thing. Because just looking at it, at the two groups at the most base level, and we're just saying it outright in the most raw way, one side would be saying, I'm horrified by the prospect I might be a pedophile. And then the other person's like, yeah, I am one, and you know what? I don't touch anybody, so it's okay that I'm one. It's not the same thing. Can you castigate Kirsche too harshly for having her train of thought, given how science and language has been subverted to protect pedophiles? Yes, I can, because it hasn't. This always really fucking annoys me, because everyone's like, oh, you know, science is trying to protect them. What's science? Name a single study. You can't. All you can point to is that fucking Salon article from years ago. This is not a thing that has been happening in science.
And also, guys, just so you guys know, we are reacting to this in the exact same way that we would react to any other person that we would be watching a video of. We're not being too harsh. We're not being too light. If you were to see the other videos that we've done, like, you know, criticizing how people cover things, it's the exact same attitude. So we're not gunning for anybody. We're just observing.
Exactly. It's just, she doesn't understand what she's talking about. She's kind of ranting about it. And you can't use, like, all these excuses. They're like, well, it could be a problem in the future. That's not how science works. It's not how mental health works. That's not how medicine works. You need, like, an actual thing.
Actual action. So the fact that this is now another, well, they're not actually touching children, and now these people, you know, they can't be real pedophiles, because real pedophiles, they don't know it's wrong. They don't get anxious or scared about being caught, right? That's not a pedophile. Feels like he's writing from personal experience.
Yeah, so this is something she's going to do the entire time, is she's going to claim that the people with POCD, their fear is getting caught. She reiterates that multiple times, their fear is getting caught. No, their fear is being a pedophile.
And also, pedophiles know it's wrong. They just don't care.
Yeah, it's the same with, like, sociopaths and stuff.
Yeah.
Am I missing something?
Somebody who deeply was disagreeing with you, criticizing the fox.
Oh no, somebody had, like, a good response to it. Carrot says, being overly on guard such that you get something horribly wrong only hurts your credibility. Like, yeah, if you are so horrendously on guard that you just start making stuff up in order to discredit the people you don't like, nobody's going to take you seriously after a while. I actually had somebody mention this to me earlier. It's like, well, what are you going to do if people start talking about you and they start calling you, like, a map supporter or a map defender because of this? I was like, well, okay, they're just watering the term down. And then, I don't know, give it a couple years, and then map will be seen the same as, like, Nazi or racist, where somebody calls you it and nobody takes it seriously because you've used it so many times. Like, you can't be just throwing these words around all the time.
Relying on a pedo to self-report? How can this possibly go wrong? Very compelling argument. Face the wall, please. You know what goes through a guy's head first when he comes across children is the setting with kids secure or not. Automatic guard dog response. Real pedophiles haven't been tried yet. Pure OCD is one of the most common yet lesser known. OCD is masterful at deceiving the sufferer by saying, if you spend just a little time on this question, you'll figure it out and feel so much better. Because the threat feels so real, it is extremely difficult to resist the siren's call of mental rumination. The most imperative item on the agenda becomes gaining certainty. Oftentimes, sufferers will replay past scenarios, making sure to examine every single fact that was present. This is also something people with anxiety do. But when you ruminate on something, when you think, did I do anything wrong, especially if you speak out this situation to other people, they'll be able to tell you, no, absolutely nothing was wrong here. But if you are having these thoughts, if you are consuming things that would be pedophilia, that doesn't mean that you aren't also having these thoughts. Pedophiles know that what they're doing is wrong. They lucky. That's a little fucky lucky. Easy shit as well.
I tried to
he
pause
came out
it.
with an apology.
Did you see where I was? I fucked that. Well, I actually know where to find it. There it is, because there's the article title.
Map, which means they're not actually a pedophile. To self-report, how can this possibly go wrong? Very compelling argument. Face the wall, please. Saying, if you spend just...
So, what she tries to say here is, like, completely nonsense. She does the exact same thing again, where she says, well, you know, their thought of wanting to see children, that's not what the thought is. Like, I don't understand how she's not getting this unless she's intentionally trying to misunderstand what the article is. The intrusive thought is that you might be a pedo. Not the intrusive thought is, God, that child is sexy. I don't know how she doesn't understand this. I don't know if she's just not reading it right.
Oh, hold on. Envy says POCD aren't people that are gaslighted into being pedophiles. No, they're not. A lot of people with POCD, like, this one is to the more extreme results that some people take. But some people fear that they might become one so bad they just end up killing themselves so they can make sure that they in no way can harm a child.
POCD aren't people that are gaslighted into being pedophiles. They can be gaslit into thinking they are one. Because that's something like she's not understanding. It's not you are one, it's the thought you might be one. And a lot of her argumentation kind of results in, well, that's not a very logical conclusion to come to. Okay, go on YouTube and search up gang stalking. Do you think any of those people are having rational thoughts when they talk about how they saw 5 red cars today, which clearly means the aliens are coming for them? These mental illnesses are not based on logic. They've never been based on logic.
A little time on this question, you'll figure it out and feel so much better. Because the threat feels so real, it is extremely difficult to resist the siren's call of mental rumination. The most imperative item on the agenda becomes gaining certainty. Oftentimes, sufferers will replay past scenarios, making sure to examine every single fact that was present. This is also something people with anxiety do. But when you ruminate on something, when you think, did I do anything wrong, especially if you speak out this situation to other people, they'll be able to tell you, no, absolutely nothing was wrong here. But if you are having these thoughts, if you are consuming things that would be pedophilia, that doesn't mean that you aren't also having these thoughts. Pedophiles know that what they're doing is wrong. They just don't care. I'm sure some of them have probably drank the Kool-Aid and genuinely believe that it's something they can't help and that they were born with, right? I'm sure some are that crazy because we have crazy people everywhere. But for the most part, they know what the fuck they're doing is wrong. The line of logic leads directly to the I'd better actually have sex with this child to make sure I don't like it. It's actual insanity here. And again, like, someone can feel free to fact check me, right? Because, like, I tried looking for instances of specific pedophilia, obsessive compulsive disorder, and I could not find anything on POCD prior to Jordan Levy and 2015. And the only links prior to POCD being used in 2015 that I could find personally were from that 1999 Science journal, which only said that paraphilias, and like pedophilia is a paraphilia, they have comorbidities.
This feels like she's just trying to argue that because it's recent, it can't be true. Which, if you knew anything about mental health, you would know the entire field has not really been that looked into for many, many years. So, like, that would be my argument against this specific point she's trying to make. But I don't even think it's, like, a valid point. Like, you can't just go, oh, well, you know, it's new, so... You know, there's nothing older than this on it, so clearly it can't be true. Okay, well, like, I don't know, in 50 years, when somebody quotes this study and it's like, oh, yeah, that was a study from 50 years ago about this, does that make this more, like, factual because now it's old?
With a lot of other mental illnesses, and OCD is one of the ones mentioned. That's because they get buried when they start. Within the subset of pure O, several themes tend to co-occur, including fears related to pedophilia, POCD, sexuality, HOCD, incest, bestiality, and the primary romantic relationship, ROCD. This is wonderful. If you have anxiety about anything, that means you just have, you know, an OCD subcondition. That's a get-out-of-jail-free card, chat.
I have to be mad at this because I see like normal people pull this crap all the time where they're hearing about like somebody that has a crippling fear that ruins their life and they're like, oh bro, we all have anxiety, man. Like that's not a big deal. It's not anxiety, you dumbass. I'm trying to be nice, but she's so stupid. It's hard. The best comparison I can make, chat, so you guys understand like how irritating this is for me, is like when they go up to the person that is so depressed they are suicidal and they pat them on the back and they're like, you know what, man, I stubbed my toe today, so I kind of understand what you're going through. I'm pretty sad too.
Oh yeah,
like, that's not, it's not the same thing at all. I hate it. I hate it.
Oh, but she's super sensitive to this stuff because she doesn't want to go through it again.
Then don't talk about it. She does not have to put herself in the firing line for this. She chose to. And that's why these people really get on my nerves, because she chose to. Because at the end of the day, her entire stream is just her saying, I think pedophile bad. That immediately gets you like props from the internet. It's a clout thing because it's not a controversial opinion. Everybody can agree pedophile bad. The issue comes in when you start slapping that label on whatever you feel like. Well, you know, that over there looks kind of like pedophile and that other thing over there kind of looks like pedophile. So let's slap a label on that one. Let's slap a label on that one.
Yeah, it's like the simplest way that people do the whole like, yeah, pedophile bad. Look at the lolicons. That's a whole thing.
And ask Mizu, Kirsche right or wrong in saying pedophilia is something you become or a mental illness? It is very likely you are born one, which kind of opens up a lot of questions about like how we address that. So like think about if there was a, this is normally used for like other illnesses, but imagine like we had like a magic pill that immediately made like all pedophiles not have their urges. Would we distribute it to all of them and then just be okay with them being in society if we accept the fact that they are born that way and their brain was just broken from the start? It becomes like an interesting thought experiment.
Robert asked, why not name it something else to avoid the stigma then? What,
POC? Because science doesn't care about stigma.
Yeah.
That's the problem a lot of people get is if you read like any mental health, like this was something that specifically mentioned on Twitter, if you don't understand mental health stuff and you read like a study on schizophrenic disorder, you would come away horrified talking about how we need to bury the schizophrenics under the prison because they're a danger to society. It's just specific, but people know about like schizophrenia from movies and stuff. So people have kind of come around to the idea that no, they can't help it, and yes, we can help them. But when it comes to specifically this, suddenly everybody's like, nah, wood chipper. But like, what's necessarily the like moral difference between somebody with POCD and somebody who has like schizoaffective disorder that is having like voices telling them to do bad things? It's just one of those questions that a lot of people don't want to ask. They would rather have the easy solution of, I think we should kill all of them, and then just walk away. Remember when based meant that you hold opinions without fear of persecution? Now it means the celeb has the same opinion as me. Yeah.
As Shane Dawson didn't really want to put his cock on that cat. He just had HOCD.
I would point out, somebody says the problem is the moment it becomes accepted as a mental illness, they will get a get a jail free card. No, we put people that we consider that much of a danger and mentally ill in psych wards, and people for some reason seem to think that's like a better than jail. I don't know if you've ever seen like what those permanent psych wards look like. Those places are hellholes. There are people that have faked mental illness thinking it was better than prison, and then spend every day of their life begging to be put back in prison because it's just that bad.
Yeah, we just need to actually open up the mental wards again, and not just like, you know, oh, it's okay, all they need is a hug and a pill.
No, we don't. We put like 1 in 50 there. Yeah, because most of them aren't a danger to society. If you are specifically found to be a danger to society, that's when you're put in there. If you're not a danger to society, yeah, you're not getting a get out of jail free card. You're still going to jail.
And also don't forget, mental wards are way different than psych wards. The Grippy Sock Vacation is a mental ward. Psych wards are just hell.
The question is, when it comes down to it, if you can only do one, do you protect the children or punish the evildoers? But it's never been like a question of one or the other. We've always been able to do both. We can still do both. People just choose not to.
The article concentrates on pedophilia OCD. An individual living with POCD can be simultaneously flooded with unwanted thoughts or images related to any and all of these themes. An individual that is terrified of becoming a pedophile or being a pedophile will be flooded with thoughts and imagery related to being a pedophile. I don't have OCD, but that seems a little weird to me. That seems a little odd. Patients have remarked.
I have to point out, what she is thinking when she reads that is that they are flooded with images of, like, children. What that's actually saying is they are flooded with images of, like, people thinking they are one. This comes from her not understanding what any of this is about. Also, yes, Lumi's boyfriend husbando is in the background.
Yeah, he's still congested.
If I am attracted to a child of the same sex, then that doesn't mean I'm gay and shouldn't be married. If left unchecked, POCD can bleed into numerous areas of one life. If I'm attracted to a child of the same sex, that doesn't mean I'm gay. What the fuck did they mean by this? Are they just like, I can't be gay if I fuck a boy child because it's a child, so it doesn't count? Like, what? What the fuck is this logic? I thought the idea of kinks genetic was insane. All the description of pure obsessive disorders describing is an aversion to thought. This is brainworms. In contrast, the DSM-5 defines pedophilia as recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors involving sexual activity with a prepubescent child or children. The diagnosis of pedophilia has absolutely nothing to do with the diagnosis of pedophilia obsessive-compulsive disorder. Despite this clear distinction, your POCD will undoubtedly be persuading you that you belong in the true pedophile category rather than the POCD category. Your therapist doesn't really understand, or your therapist is wrong. That's right, pedophile! Don't listen to your therapist!
I have to be, again, super mad at this, because this is just her not being able to read. This is a common thing in English. When you put commas and not semicolons, those thoughts are all connected to the same thing. This is not them telling you, you should think your therapist is wrong. This is saying that these people will convince themselves that their therapist is wrong in order to justify hating themselves. I'm sorry that you're stupid, but that's what commas mean in English. What you're thinking of is a semicolon, where now it's a completely new and separate thought. You dumbass fox. I'm sorry, it's so mad. I don't understand why she doesn't get it.
You're wrong. Listen to this psychology guy online who started talking about this in 2015. And also, an individual living with POCD can be flooded with unwanted thoughts or images related to these themes. So they're saying, because someone is immediately flooded with the thoughts and images, and they claim it's unwanted, that's different. That's patently, completely different from recurring intense fantasies and urges.
Yes, Kirsche. It is. It's two completely separate things. Oh, God. You see what I mean? She's just, like, not reading. Or she can't read. I don't know which.
Words are hard. You gotta understand. We're women. I can't read either.
It's so dumb.
Chat, I think we need to bring back helicopter rides, man. An individual living with POCD is no more likely to be a pedophile than an individual who does not have POCD. This is a disorder of anxiety and uncertainty, not sexual urges and behaviors. In regards to POCD, the primitive worry brain, they took my term, has randomly selected this theme as the topic that feels like it must be resolved immediately. That's right, chat. If you have sudden floods of thoughts of pedophilia, that means you're not likely to be a pedophile. You're just a normal person at that point. The difference is whether the pedophile feels guilty and it changes nothing. Yeah, like I said, I looked this up months ago, back when people were talking about, like, the -8 controversy stuff. -8, it took me ages to remember this fucking guy's name, by the way, because, like, I only knew him as, like, the dude that did the Anka animation. But, like, he came out and was, like, he said some just fucking crazy shit about how, like, he would have sex with a child if he could afford the therapy after, but he's not rich, so he can't do that. And then he drew a lot of crazy shit as well. Like, he's said some shit. And people would defend him, being like, aunties gaslit him into believing that he was a pedophile when he's not. And so he's suffering from POCD because he was terrified of becoming a pedophile because of all the aunties attacking him. And it's like, bro, man, I probably have more aunties than anyone I can think of off the top of my head. Then, like, maybe like Maury Calliope has me beat, right? But, like, not a single time have I felt, like, gaslit into believing any of their delusions, right? And, like...
Yeah, Kirsche, if you got bullied and it didn't affect your mental health, clearly it wouldn't affect anybody else's. Dumbass.
Wasn't that Zone? Oh, no. -8 did the first Anka animation, and Zone made another one.
Oh, don't worry, chat. She talks about Shadman later.
Shadman drew worse and you were gargling his nut. Oh, man. Shad. Always. And also, I seen somebody comment this in our server. Did she accidentally say Shadversity instead of Shadman?
I don't remember. I just heard Shad. I'll have to get back to it.
Don't forget, guys, Shadversity is the nice sword nerd. Shadman is the creep that draws shit and also high on cocaine.
She's anti-POCD because CP is a part of the treatment. It isn't. That's something she, like, made up. That really annoys me. There's multiple parts in here where she just lies. Straight, like, it's written on the page and she just lies about it.
And also, if CSAM was part of the treatment, anyone who was involved with any of that would have been arrested so fast. Because that is so illegal.
Like, that should have told her logically, like, oh yeah, this actually isn't involved at all. She did not lie, as it clearly stated for them to look at CP. Don't worry, we'll get there. It clearly does not say that. She just threw that out there for no reason. Also, I would be remiss if I said she is directly reading my thread on -8. Everything she said has not really been said by anyone but me. Like, she very specifically uses the words I used. Nobody else has said it but me, or people like retweeting my thread and quoting me.
She didn't know Chad and Shadiversity were different people.
Zero IQ.
Oh, I hope she offered a correction in her bio or something, because otherwise that's just throwing strays at a poor dude.
Yeah. Also, I'd be remiss if I said that because she did read my -8 thread, she is lying about the content. Well, she gets, like, some of it right, but she's leaving out, like, literally 30 pages worth of context and looking for, like, she's finding the one sentence where he very clearly had, like, a manic episode. And you can't take what anyone says during a manic episode as gospel. I'm also of the opinion that if you read those posts from -8 on Tumblr, and you do not immediately say, yeah, this looks like somebody having a manic episode or having a breakdown, you immediately are not allowed to talk about psychology ever again.
I say antis as just like, as someone who is against someone, I am not putting myself into the same category as -8. I know people like to hate watch, so I gotta clarify myself here. Oh man, you love -8 art? Yeah, it's just like when I found out all the fucking shit Shadman did, dude. It's like I thought he was some fucking meme artist. I really wanted art by him, and then, I mean, like, my dreams were crushed. Like, thankfully so, chat. Thankfully you reminded me about how terrible he was, because that could have been really bad otherwise. Does he mean therapy for the child? Does he think if he just throws enough money at it after an apology, he can do whatever he wants? Yes, that is exactly what he meant. That is exactly what he meant. High altitude, no opening skydiving. What did Shad do? Shad drew lewd imagery. I can't remember her name. It was a minor actress. I don't remember what movie she was from, but he drew lewds based on her. And I feel like that immediately crosses a line. Like, he's done other grotesque art. I get you guys told me he did art of his mother. And it's like, yeah, that's fucking grotesque Chris Chan levels, but his mother's not a minor.
Chat has to correct her.
Shad drew art of Keemstar's daughter. Also that. Maury Cantaloupe, true and real. So it's like, once you start using real children in your artwork, that's kind of fucked up. As a Pole denizen, I knew him for, like, the Hillary Clinton, Jill Stein fucking meme art. The fucking Bigfoot is real and he tried to eat my ass kind of artwork. I was like, that's funny meme shit. But it crosses a line, as it were. You like -8, but yeah, you weren't aware of the things that were going on with him. It's fucking bad. I don't have the screenshots of the shit that -8 said on hand, but you can look them up. I am heavily quoting, and I don't know exactly how it was worded, but yes, he did say that, like, he wishes he could have sex with a child, but he doesn't have the money to be able to buy them therapy afterwards, so that's why he doesn't. And he's drawn some crazy shit as well. And then he came out with an apology, and he was just like, I'm gonna go to therapy. It's like, you know, and then everybody started defending him with this POCD nonsense, and it's like, the dude literally said he would fuck a kid if he could. That is not POCD. That is him admitting what he wants to do. If you want to know more, there's videos on it. Yeah, there's a lot of people who covered this when it happened. But since I had never seen POCD...
Yeah, and I was the only one who did it right, and everybody else just made shit up. Like, look, I understand that, because I said this on Twitter, I understand, like, if you don't trust him and you don't want to give him your trust. 100% understand. I don't think you're, like, required to give anybody your trust or acceptance or anything like that. But, like, you have to understand when somebody's like, okay, if you're reading his stuff, he clearly is having a manic episode. You're like, no, I don't care about all that. He said it, so it's true now. That's his real thoughts. Like, no. Was he diagnosed with POCD after going to a therapist? We will never know specifically what he was diagnosed for, because he's not ever going to share his papers. But I will say it is very likely he did genuinely go to a therapist, because he straight up disappeared from the internet for, like, almost a decade.
Yeah, and the only place that he's currently active on is, I believe, his Newgrounds.
He's not really even active on the Newgrounds. He's active on Korean social media. Nobody can really see it, because in order to join Korean anything, you have to have a Korean social security number. From what I've heard from people who do see it, he has completely dropped doing lolly show anything. It is just straight big titty women. Yeah,
it's like, Mizu, I don't know if you still have the images from -8 stuff, but thanks to archivers on Imgur, they do have his old post. I was like, yeah, he regretted doing lolicon content and everything. Just, you know.
Yeah. No, he's probably, like, a very obvious, clear example of this particular illness. And some of it was probably induced from, like, people bullying him, and some of it was probably just already there.
Mm-hmm.
Before, at that point, that's why I have these tabs open. These are, like, fucking ancient-ass tabs. Do I have something around here that I can get, like, a date on? What is this? What date is this? December? This was December last year. So that's how old these tabs are that I've kept open. Back to Mr. Jordan Levi here and his fucking nonsense. An individual suffering with POCD will experience intrusive thoughts or images accompanied by terrorizing anxiety. The OCD has the ability to produce doubt or question memories, real or imagined. Well, isn't that a neat excuse? Isn't that a neat thing there? Additionally...
Yeah, isn't that neat? Isn't mental health neat in all the fucking weird ways it works? But no, she's just like, oh, it's just an excuse. They're making it up. It's so annoying. It's why I said on Twitter the two things content creators should never talk about unless they have some level of background in it are psychology and law. Because you people don't know what the fuck you're talking about at all. You just wing it.
Sexual urges are monitored and encoded as a part of the evidence-gathering process. The presence of an erection or vaginal lubrication is closely examined for signs of arousal. Based on the importance that POCD places on sexual attraction, your brain constantly draws attention to sexual arousal. This increased monitoring allows for a case of mistaken identity, in which any microscopic movement is determined to be arousal towards children. Taken together, unwanted thoughts, images, and urges can persuade an individual with POCD that they are a sexual deviant. So this guy is unironically saying, you might get a boner. If you're a lady, you might get wet. But that doesn't mean you're a pedophile because you're becoming aroused at imagery of lewd children in your brain. That's completely unwanted. You know, you can't help it. You're not really aroused. That's just the body's normal response.
Yeah, so you can see like where she is. She's immediately looping all the way back to the looking at images of children. And she's using that as like her justification. It's like, but you read that wrong. And because she read that wrong earlier, everything she says after is colored by her already wrong assumption.
And also the way that she describes it, it's like, oh, you're obviously into it if you got hard or you're wet and stuff. That sounds like a similar argument to when people are raped, and it's like, oh, but this happened and this happened. You were clearly into it.
Yeah. Also, maybe Kirsche doesn't understand this because she's not a man. Literally, your genes can rub on it the wrong way and you can pop a boner. I'm sorry women don't understand this, but for guys, it's actually super easy.
I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's like, I don't know. You guys can look at two pillows on top of each other, and it's like, huh, that's
like, damn, that tree's looking pretty thick. People don't follow Kirsche for her intellectual prowess. People throw their thoughts into the court of public opinion all the time. I mean,
This is just like that John Money shit. Yeah, fuck John Money, dude. I would like to know more about Jordan Levy, but I literally could not find much on him either. Like, he just seemed to appear out of thin air and start talking about this shit. The diagnosis...
Do you know how many mental health professionals you will never know about Kirsche because they haven't done anything, like, noteworthy? Like, 99% of therapists and psychiatrists, you will never hear their name because none of their studies have been, like, particularly groundbreaking or interesting or push the field ahead at all. It's not weird for you to have not heard of a psychiatrist until they've published a study. I don't know why she thinks this is weird.
of pedophilia has absolutely nothing to do with the diagnosis of POCD. Among the many themes within OCD, there is perhaps no theme that carries more shame, guilt, self-loathing, and stigma than POCD. Despite the fact that there is no tangible difference between OCD themes in terms of development, maintenance, and treatment, those suffering with POCD tend to take ownership of OCD and view themselves as repugnant, vile, terrible people. Well, that's fine then, you know? As long as the pedophile says, I can't help it, I have POCD, I am vile and repugnant, well, he's just fine then, right? No further inquiry needed, bullet dodged, right? Is he even a real person?
I would like to point out that so many people, when I made my first thread, told me that Kirsche agreed with me and came to the same conclusion as me. What? You want to explain that, chat? What do you mean by that? How do, like, people see my take on this and then hers and go, yeah, you two agreed with each other? What? Content and context of their works are about the same, but people purse their lips about Zone because it would fall back onto them. I don't know much about Zone, honestly, outside of their animations.
In line with this stigma, those suffering with POCD are almost always hesitant to describe what they are experiencing to a psychologist, if they're lucky enough to recognize that this is OCD. Are you kidding me? Are you... The more I read, the more I hate this man, dude. The word pedophile or molester is often whispered inaudibly during the initial sessions. Descriptions of POCD are typically preempted with questions regarding confidentiality or previous experience treating OCD, or a warning that you may judge me and think this is atrocious, but here goes. So you're telling me that once somebody thinks that they can use POCD as an excuse, they can go to a therapist and describe in detail the like intrusive images of lewd children that their brain produces and that arouse them, and that like the therapist is incorrect for diagnosing them as a pedophile?
See, now we see like there's two different things that she got wrong earlier that she has carried later into this. And this is what happens. Like, she got it wrong because she wanted to get it wrong, or she just was like so up her own butt she didn't realize she got it wrong. And now everything that comes after, it's just like dominoes of wrong. Because she misunderstood that the images were of them like seeing themselves as a monster. And she misunderstood that as their images of children. So she mentions that again. And then she misunderstood the part where it says they are thinking to themselves that their therapist has to be wrong, and actually they are a pedophile. And she misunderstood that as this guy telling him therapists were wrong. So now she's bringing that up again. This is what I mean, chat. She just continually gets it wrong. And the more she gets wrong early on, the more she gets wrong later, because it just keeps stacking.
Instead of simply with just OCD? Are you... You may judge me and think this is atrocious, but here goes. Remember, I only have OCD. I'm not a pedophile, as I describe in great detail how my brain conjures images of how I'd like to fuck children. You think the difference should be quite simple? The actual bad person performs actual bad acts rather than finding it easy to simply not commit crimes? Again, the definition of pedophilia, a pedophile is not someone who acts on it. A pedophile is someone who is attracted to children. So regardless of whether you're a no-contact map or a pedophile, you're both pedophiles. The word means an attraction to children. It does not mean an action on the attraction to children. Your shock therapy works. The OCD part specifically comes from it being intrusive, meaning they're unwanted.
Is this not something that could be discussed about, or is there no interest in that? Kirsche does not like us. She will not talk with us.
Yeah, you can blame Proctor for poisoning that well.
Yeah, we are well aware that Kirsche does not like us, and she will straight up not talk to us. It really doesn't matter what we want.
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna see if I can go back just like an inch, because she starts reading a super chat.
Your shock therapy works. The OCD part specifically comes from it being intrusive, meaning they're unwanted, unconscious thoughts. Not an excuse, but there still is a difference. And I'm sure that there are some people, right, who may have been molested as children. I had to figure out how to say this. There are people who've probably been like molested as children who are terrified of perpetuating the cycle of becoming an abuser because they were abused, right? I don't doubt this. There are some people who probably have experienced some crazy shit, and now they are worried, am I going to continue this, right? But I would be willing to wager that that is an even smaller percentage of the population than those who actually suffer from gender dysphoria. And I feel like, again, the majority of people are going to be using POCD as a cover, as an excuse to hide the fact that they are pedophiles.
Yeah, so somebody in her chat brings up that, and she just completely deflects and says, well, actually, there's this completely other thing related to, like, PTSD, and I think that's valid. Like, okay, yeah, that is not relevant. She's just not paying attention to her own stuff.
Yeah.
Watch the anime Happy Sugar Life? I don't know what that is. This dude is as subversive as Kami.
For those who haven't seen it, Happy Sugar Life is great. I used to post memes about it all the time. It's I am not going to sugarcoat it for people. Happy Sugar Life is if a woman made Boku no Pico. And it was about lesbians instead. Oh, and it's worse.
Nice.
I would argue it's worse than Boku no Pico.
Wait, hold on. So what's the name?
Happy Sugar Life.
I'll look that up later. Oh yeah, and also speaking of things that are kind of fucked up, I found a book that's actually the female equivalent to the book Lolita, which is very interesting.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I'll forward it to you later.
She just said POCD is okay, but because people will say they have it and don't, she hates it. Yeah, that's like her ultimate point with all of this, is that actually, secretly, this psychologist and all the psychologists that support his idea are trying to create a pathway for pedophiles to have an excuse to be pedophiles. Like, that's not how that works. And like I said earlier, somebody in chat earlier when I said that said I was lying. She's literally doing it right here. So, like, trust me, this is the third time I'm watching this in the past 2 days. I am well aware of the story she concocted before she started the stream, because she sticks to it so hard no matter what she reads.
Yep. A winning wager. Very winning wager. A very, very winning wager, man. I'm not a gambling lady, but you know. The idea of coming to therapy and talking about something that is deemed so shameful feels like an impossible undertaking. This is unfortunately reinforced by society and, to a lesser extent, the mental health field, which does not have an adequate understanding of POCD. Again, this guy started talking about this in 2015. What was in full swing around 2015? The entire children can consent to changing their body irrevocably. And the end goal of children can consent to changing their body, they can consent to surgeries, they can consent to hormone treatments, is eventually going to be children can consent to sex. That is the only direction that can go.
Pause for a second. This is not going back to the whole thing where it's like...
This literally has nothing to do with children, by the way. Like, she's trying to force that, like, relationship. This entire discussion has literally nothing to do with children and their ability to consent.
And plus... Even if this was that whole experiment and bullshit was going on when John Money and what the fuck was his other creep ass coworker, but that shit was conducted in what, the 70s?
Yeah. Oh no, trust me. She uses that later when somebody proves her wrong about what she's saying here. That's why I wanted to let it run a little bit longer, because she, like, goes off the wall, because it's either a commenter or a super chatter basically tells her she's wrong.
Like, if children are capable of making irreversible decisions about their sexual organs, the logical conclusion would be, yes, they can consent to sex, because why wouldn't they be able to if they can consent to changing their sexual organs? This is erroneous. I'm glad that, again, we're doing things to protect children in current year. I'm glad that there are less crazy people advocating for this nonsense. I still wish that doctors and parents who allowed this to happen could somehow get prosecuted. The slippery slope is no longer a fallacy. And so it's funny to me that the first instances of this I could find from this guy are in 2015, and it was around the same time that all of this other shit was coming out about doing stuff to children, and now pedophiles conveniently have a new excuse that isn't the map language that everybody already rejected previously. Go be a monk in the mountains. Kids can't consent because they're not old enough. No, I agree. That's not my opinion. I do not think kids can consent to that. You're tired of people calling a logical conclusion a slippery slope? I'm just following the logic to where it leads. Was it 2015? You didn't start seeing that till 2019. This is what I'm saying from looking up.
Yeah, somebody in chat says 2015. That didn't start happening until 2019. And then she has a fantastic rebuttal to somebody telling her she's 5 years off when this hinges on her argument.
Oh, before you continue, Shadowgale for 10, Kirsche lost any support I had for her over bad faith and all this. It's like, we don't... just because we are criticizing Kirsche and everything, and just because she had, like, one bad take and stuff, don't feel justified in having to drop all support for her and everything, because she does still do pretty good shit when it comes to very specific things like Bridge and all the DEI bullshit. You don't have to say, oh, this one argument and now this is just blah, 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 blah. So it's like, again, we are commenting on the single thing and everything.
Yeah. But I'm kind of excited for you to hear her genius rebuttal to this.
Oh, no.
POCD, right? POCD, the first instances I saw of this were in 2015. If you're talking about, like, the children consenting thing, that goes all the way back to about 2005. Was probably the first time I heard of that specifically. By 2009, there were people in my high school wearing binders and also wanting to get on hormones. And I was posting articles on Facebook about as early as 2010, 2011 about minors being put on hormone blockers. So that stuff has been going on for a very long time. Shit's far older, coming from the 70s, where teachers were trying to test shit. I know the John Money shit came from the 70s, right? John Money is the one who coined the theory of gender.
Yeah, so she tried to say, well, this was all happening in 2015. That's why this guy made this POCD thing. Somebody says, no, it's 2019. And she goes, well, I saw a girl in school using binders. So, you know, that was 2009. So this has actually been going on since 2009. And then somebody else brings up John Money. And then she immediately goes, oh, actually, yeah, that's true. This actually goes all the way back to the 70s. So anything that's happened between the 70s and now, yeah, we can discredit all of that because it fits into this child can consent thing. It's like, are
and
you
also
stupid?
with 2009, that was also peak Tumblr, where all the mentally ill teenagers were like, oh, I want to do this, I want to be androgynous. That was just like the Tumblr thing. Do you know how many kids in my high school that were on Tumblr like absolutely every day did the whole binder thing, and now they're normal because they're like, oh, it was just a phase.
Yeah. What's funny is the binder from her high school comes up later, and it's pretty obvious that it has nothing to do with children can consent, but more to do with like some teenagers with a healthy sex drive that got kind of fucked over by their school. And it's like it probably caused like some mental issues with them. Also, avenged for $10. Still, with this bad take, it makes you wonder if she's right on other stuff.
I don't know. Everyone can be wrong about something every once in a while. It's like nobody's perfect. If you always agreed with your favorite streamer, then that should be a red flag in itself.
Then that streamer would be me because I'm always correct.
I know, right?
But yeah, my problem with where she goes here is that she expands her time frame to 55 years. So that you can't make it that large. That discredits all like mental health studies we have.
Being separate from sex, and anybody who knows about John Money, TLDR, there was a botched circumcision on a pair of twins. One of them had a botched circumcision, and they decided instead of raising that as a little boy, they would raise him as a girl. And John Money made the twins perform sexual acts on each other. He would bring them to orgasm. He would raise that boy as a girl, and I'm pretty sure both of them ended up taking their own lives when they grew older. What are binders?
Just a random clarification, they did not both off themselves. The one that had the botched circumcision did. He also detransitioned after the study was over, back to male, but because of the long-term psychological damage, he just couldn't manage it, and he finally offed himself sometime in the mid-2000s.
Yeah, he killed himself, and the other got into extreme substance.
Yes, it was an awful situation all around. John Money was an absolute quack. Random weird fact, because I learned this completely on accident when I was watching a documentary, but the very last thing John Money ever produced was a psychological opinion on why women wanted to fuck horses.
Why was that the last thing he did?
He had a heart attack after.
Oh my fucking god. What about Alfred Kinsley?
I found this on accident because it came on like a Discovery Channel documentary.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I've never read like the paper on it, but he was brought on as like an expert analyst for the documentary. Did John Money reincarnate into Vouch? Funny.
Are what women wear to press their breasts flat against their chest. Typically, they had been used in the past by like women to squeeze into dresses, to do like performances on stage in theater, or to do like cosplays and whatnot. But women who believe that they can become a man will wear chest binders to flatten their chest. Men did evil in the sight of the Lord. Yeah. Chest bindings. Yeah. Sadly, not the kind of binders that are usually in school, you know, for papers. Crazy, your old pastor's talking about this in the 90s and early 2000s. Yes. Like I said, I'm sure it existed before then, but in my personal experience, I first heard of it around 2005-ish. I was very young, so I wasn't exactly like politically aware at that point, but it was like the first time that I had heard of it in my life. True to what happens often, twins off themselves. One funny thing about John Money is that his own research actually disproved his hypothesis about gender identity being a product of upbringing, but that aspect of it never gets talked about. I mean, they can't talk about it because then it would unravel a lot of the activist talking points. You went from middle school where you had a gay guy and he was known as the gay guy. He was a jerk. That's the real reason people disliked him, to being in high school and getting woke because a school buddy got you on Tumblr. Some school friend went progressively, more down the pipe, first pan, then non-binary, then a trans man, just kept going. Yeah, I've talked a couple of times about there was a lesbian couple who had sex on an art room table in my high school, and one of them was 18 and the other was 17, and because it wasn't because of the age gap, but it was because they did it on school grounds and one of them was an adult that the older one got expelled. And she was already like, you know, like a butch lesbian. But after that, she ended up like wearing chest binders and changing her name. And I'm pretty sure she eventually went on hormones. And then I'm not sure what happened after that. Lost track of her.
Yeah, Kirsch. I wonder what happened. It's definitely the Marxist subversion that is convincing her to go on HRT, and not the fact that she made a dumb mistake as a teenager and probably had her life ruined. You know.
Good night, Mr. J. Have a good sleep.
It's just like she told this story like immediately after without realizing kind of what she was clarifying here with the whole binder thing. And it's like, do you not think maybe the fact that she got expelled and people were saying stuff like it was an adult having sex with a child, that maybe that probably affected her a little bit? More than like the quote Marxist conditioning that was so ever present in 2009. Like, I feel like that's a fair question. I feel like one of those things would probably affect a young burgeoning adult more than the other.
Yeah.
The bastard is still cited in psychology textbooks. He is, unfortunately. Numerous therapists make the harmful mistake of informing someone with POCD that it's not OCD, and that they're a dangerous individual and or should be seeking sex therapy. Sadly, this promotes the message to the POCD sufferer that they are horrible people who do not have OCD. I have a feeling that, right, like even a therapist dealing with a pedophile doesn't specifically say that they are a dangerous individual. I feel like a therapist is going to word that slightly differently. Like, they are a dangerous individual, I agree, but I don't think a therapist is going to word it that way. The cure for pedophilia is a 556, true and real. Newsflash, you can have OCD and still be a horrible person. Which, again, the 1999 Science Journal did say that paraphilias, like pedophilia, do have comorbidities with other mental illnesses like OCD. I do not believe that you can blame your pedophilia on OCD, though. I feel like a lot of this POCD is just schizobabble nonsense. However, I can see some of it making sense in the instances of, like, if you were a child and you experienced being molested, you experienced something incredibly traumatic, and you don't want to perpetuate a cycle of abuse, I could see becoming, like, irrationally obsessed with the, am I going to become a terrible person kind of thing, right? I can see that being a thing. I just do not think it is going to be very widespread. It's going to be a very small population of people that fall into that.
Well, Kirsch, it's a very good thing that mental health research is not based on what you personally think is the most logical solution. Like, she openly says, like, she basically has no argument here. She's just like, I just don't think that's true. Okay. I mean, you put in your description, this isn't real, I did the research. Like, I don't understand where she's getting this. Do you have to be abused to have high anxiety? According to Kirsche, you do. If you weren't abused, then you technically don't have a reason to believe in this stuff.
What is pedophilic OCD? Common past-oriented spikes. Did I ever do anything inappropriately sexual when I was younger? Did I do anything recently that was sexually inappropriate? Have I ever been attracted to an adolescent child? Did I ever molest anyone? Could ambiguous action X be construed as sexual? Have I accidentally clicked on child porn? What? Does a person from my past know something that suggests I'm a pedophile? I'm very confused. Right, like, I mean, I guess if you frequented 4chan back in the day, you could have accidentally clicked on child porn. But I feel like in the current year, it's, like, very fucking difficult to accidentally stumble upon something like that.
I will say, for someone who is so, like, concerned about, like, the Marxist subversion in our culture and whatnot, The fact that she doesn't realize how like much creepy pedophilic crap is on TikTok and Facebook is shocking.
Yeah, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, hell, even still on Twitter.
Yeah. And she's like, I could maybe see this accidentally happening on 4chan 20 years ago, but where would that ever happen these days? You've criticized TikTok before. Like, certainly you know. It's been a huge discussion about, like, why TikTok is dangerous. How do you not know? Or are you just pretending you don't?
And also, okay, for the one right above that, could ambiguous action X be construed as sexual? It's like, I'm sure you have seen videos of, like, fathers picking up their child, and people are like, oh, he picked up that child creepily, he must be a pedophile.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, he was just picking up his kid.
Yeah, like, you see this stuff all the time. Go to any content online with a single father interacting with a daughter, 1 billion comments under it are going to be about how something the father did was inappropriate, overly sexual, and creepy.
Yeah.
Like, she acts like this is something you would never see in your life, and it's everywhere. People criticize this all the time. Mizu, I wouldn't throw the kooky idea of Marxist subversion out the window when you had the American Association of Psychology trying to peddle toxic masculinity as a mental disorder. Like, I get that, but then criticize, like, that stuff. You can't just go around saying, well, everything is kooky now. And my issue isn't necessarily, like, the Marxist subversion thing. If that's how she wants to, like, characterize it, she's free to. My issue is she says that, and then when there's an actual communist spy app where this is happening, suddenly she pretends like she's never seen it before, and it's nowhere.
It's like, TikTok has, like, it does have a pedophile problem, to where I know I have mentioned this person before, but Ren Eleanor, a bunch of pedophiles save her content. There's empty accounts that these people share the login information, download saved videos, and pass it along to other people. It's insane.
Yeah, and you can, in a lot of those kind of videos, you can see them all, like, putting timestamps underneath it. Mm-hmm. Like, it's pretty obvious what's happening, and people just pretend they don't see it. It's disgusting. I think the worst part is, like, the mom just actively allows it.
Mommy blogs in general are just disgusting. That's what pedophiles look at now, is mommy blogs, especially of young children. Because what kind of child account has fan accounts that follow them everywhere?
Yeah.
Heck, if you look at what's that photo sharing website that everyone uses, and it's full of, like, stolen art and stuff. I forgot. But anyways, it's like people will take photos, upload them over there, and then, use the images to make disgusting things, because people will just be like, oh yeah, sure, it's money, I'll make that for you. That type of shit. Yeah.
Like, and my other issue as she's reading through this is she's taking all of this literally, when the whole point of this is supposed to be a psychologist sort of trying to help people self-diagnose a little bit. Maybe to convince them to go to a therapist.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, the idea of this is to try and get people to think. And these aren't, like, literal, like, oh, am I actually looking at CP on the internet? No, it's somebody, like, is that a thought you have about, like, otherwise normal images? Is this creepy? Is this bad? Kind of deal? Yeah. And she's just skipping over it.
Yeah. But it's like, this is why I just never post pictures of your kids at all on the internet, because at this point, creeps don't care about the actual bad stuff. They just want pictures of children.
Yeah. Nope, shoot.
Like, I don't even know where I would look for something like that besides just a shrug dark web question mark? Like, what?
TikTok.
How does someone
Facebook,
accidentally?
Twitter.
The sex therapy exists.
Blue Sky, apparently.
That damn cat searching that CP. To be fair, back in the old Kazaa days, there was a ton of CP labeled as Naruto episodes. Yeah, like back in the day, it was very easy to like hide that shit. And I'm sure some people came across it accidentally. Again, back in the day. And maybe since this is worded as have I accidentally, it could be like at any point, not in current year, but any point in their life in general. But it's like if you, as someone who frequented 4chan when I was in high school, I can't imagine constantly thinking about what did I click on fucking years ago. Were they referring to, like, lolicon? I don't know, man, dude. I don't fucking know. Didn't the hub purge its non-verified uploads due to that? Yeah, the hub had an issue with that. The hub had an issue. Blue Sky, Deep Web, Dark Web would be one of them. Oh yeah, I forgot Blue Sky had the fucking pedophilia issue. I forgot about them completely. Didn't the hub purge? Yeah, the hub purged. Chippy. You don't have to look for that. The whole Blue Sky was created for it. I forgot about Blue Sky, man. I take that back. Maybe this guy's a Blue Sky user. And then he could actually unironically question if he accidentally clicked on it. And the only other thing you've seen that has to do with CP was a Discord server owner getting his house raided by the FBI for someone else posting CP in his Discord server. I feel like that's really weird. Right? Because, like, if you want to get someone's Discord server shut down and you want to get someone's house raided, wouldn't you also be worried that, like, where did that guy get the CP from? Right? Like, did they think about this ahead of time? They mean at any point ever. Does this also apply to the one being attracted to a minor ever? Correct me if you're wrong, but that would also count as a kid having thoughts about another kid. Yeah, but it's like if you're a child and you have like a crush on someone, that's not pedophilia. That's just like it's liking someone your age.
We actually see this all the time with the children aunties on TikTok. It's actually becoming an extremely common and irritating problem.
Yeah.
They're like, she says this like flippantly as if it's a joke, but no, they're actual like 15-year-olds that have convinced themselves they're pedophiles because they like the characters from My Hero Academia. This is a genuine issue. And if she paid attention, she would know this, because people have been talking about it a lot lately.
Raid the person that posted it, not the one that made the server. Yeah, exactly. That's like people posted that at fucking Chibi Reviews, didn't they? Like they like ended up getting into his DeviantArt account or some shit and then posting actual CP because they thought he was a pedophile. But it's like, hold on, wait a minute. If you're going to call someone a pedophile, why do you have CP? And why are you uploading it to his account, right? Like, first of all, you shouldn't have that. Someone raid that man's house. Second of all, why would you give someone that you think is a pedophile CP? Like, that just... I don't understand the logic here. Gotta own the pedos by posting CP to their accounts. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Feds do it all the time. Yeah, but you're not a Fed. You don't have like governmental protection and immunity for entrapment, man. And sometimes the childs are perverted and want to fuck a woman, for example. If you are an adult and a minor comes to you and is like, hey, yo, you want some fuck? It is your job as an adult to tell them no, and then also, like, probably report them, right? Because that means there's probably some kind of abuse going on at home, right? Because most children aren't going to do that.
I think she forgets children also includes teens. Like, no, I still agree that, like, as an adult, it's always your job to be like, nah, you're too young. But, like, she says this as if the only reason... Like, imagine, like, a 16-year-old. The only reason, like, a 16-year-old boy would, like, proposition his female teacher is because he's being abused at home. Like, no, he's horny and he's stupid. Trust me. I had at least 3 teachers at my high school that, like, I would have hit if I could.
Yeah, there was one teacher at my high school that I'm like, shit.
Yeah, like, it doesn't necessarily mean you're being abused at home. Like, especially when you hit your teenage years. For guys especially, you're just horny all the time. A lot of guys would hit a tree if they could. Like, that's just the reality of it. But, like, yeah, as an adult, the responsibility is on you to tell them, no, you're a child. This is not happening.
Yeah.
But this just kind of, like, is part of... She's got, like, this specific idea in her head of what she wants to say. So even if it doesn't make sense, she just keeps going with it.
I've even talked about how, like, when I was like 16, right, I dated like a 23-year-old. That is bad. That is a major fucking red flag. A lot of high school girls think that if, like, older men are attracted to them, that means they're more mature and they're worth more than their peers because an adult is attracted to them instead of stinky high school boys, right? Right? But it's like that. No, that's bad. That's bad because the older man is taking advantage of you and is a pedophile. Mods, check that man's hard drive. Most children that do that are either imitating what they've witnessed or, yeah, that problem. Yep. That's a definite report this happening because something is not right at home, man. Send him to Ukraine. You agree it was an orphanage with a lot of sons of whores? Common present-oriented spikes. Okay, so these were the past-oriented, totally not pedophilic thoughts. These are the present-oriented, totally not pedophilic thoughts. Am I attracted to this 10-year-old in front of me? Was I just checking out this 13-year-old girl? Did someone just notice me doing something strange? I should stand on the other side of the subway, away from the 6-year-old boy, so I don't impulsively grope him. If you're having thoughts about impulsively groping children, I don't think you can hide behind POCD. I don't think you can hide behind that, dude.
She is, again, misunderstanding what is being said. Because she reads it as the thought is, will I impulsively grope him? No, the thought is of the thought. Like, it's 2 levels of separation, and she's not getting that.
It's kind of like, normal intrusive thoughts where it's like, what if I run in front of this truck? What if I stick my hand in this boiling pot of water? What if I stick my hand down the garbage disposal while it's turned on? What if I throw my entire body into this garbage compactor? Intrusive thoughts are unfortunately real. Yeah. Everyone suffers them, but this is the unfortunate POCD intrusive thoughts.
I had kind of mentioned this on Twitter, but she doesn't seem to understand like the difference between a thought you dedicate time to and an intrusive thought.
Yeah.
Like an intrusive thought is something you literally cannot control, and it is almost exclusively horrendous things. Like just point blank none. It's not really an intrusive thought if it's something like cute and quirky, like, oh, intrusive thought, I should go like buy a fish or something. No, intrusive thoughts are typically stuff like, I should jump off this cliff. I should swerve into 4 lanes of traffic. I should try and hold my breath until I suffocate. I should drink this bleach. Like, they're bad thoughts because they are your brain running a diagnostics test, basically, to check that you wouldn't do this, right? And that's basically what it is. The problem is people with, like, these forms of OCD, they mistake those intrusive thoughts for being their dedicated thoughts that they are giving time to. And it, like, plagues them. They're like, I had an intrusive thought about this the other day. Is that really, like, who I am on the inside, like, deep down?
Yeah.
And she's not, like, making that connection. Also, thank you for the raid, Akko and Temp. It's appreciated.
Oh, there's a time I've had intrusive thoughts of violence, then I linger on it. Why did I have those thoughts? Because I didn't want it. Exactly.
Yeah. Like, it can cause, like, anxiety in some people, and then some people, it plagues them, and they end up with, like, an OCD. No, Mizu, there's clearly no such thing as the devil on your shoulder. Yeah. Like, this is one of those things, if she would have given it, like, 10 seconds of thought before stream, she would have already pieced this together, but she didn't. So.
I'm sexually aroused by this little girl on TV. Okay. Common future-oriented spikes. How do I know I will never engage in pedophilic behavior? What if one day I really am attracted to children? I think that one day has passed. If you're having impulsive thoughts of groping children. What is the right way to hold/hug/change a child? What if I get arrested and go to jail? Will I be creepy or do something inappropriate when I have a baby? Simply disable your limbs. It's fucking insane that this is what people in those Twitter threads are defending by using POCD as a cudgel. It is. It really is. It really is. And I'm seeing the exact same, like, fucking rhetoric.
Pause just for a second. Okay, so with the last one, will I be creepy or do something inappropriate when I have a baby? That, I've lost the article since then. I should have saved it. But essentially, there are some women, after having a baby, they just start thinking the absolute, like, most horrendous things. And this is usually looped in with postpartum depression. But instead of, like, thinking about murdering your newborn child, it's that irrational fear of what if I do something to my child. Sometimes that irrational fear is harming them physically, Sometimes it's harming them mentally. Sometimes it's just straight up ignoring and forgetting the child exists. Postpartum depression is still something that we hardly know anything about. Besides, the woman needs to, be looked after and make sure nothing bad happens. Postpartum psychosis. Yep. Postpartum psychosis is much worse than postpartum depression.
Yeah.
It's like how there was one woman that, granted this was also on top of copious amounts of drugs, actually took her newborn baby in its swaddle and smashed it against the wall until it was nothing but pulp. So yeah, postpartum psychosis is a bitch.
Yeah, so this is kind of the thing like I was talking about earlier when I mentioned it, where you really shouldn't talk about psychology if you don't have like at least a basic understanding of it. Because like with this last one, will I be creepy or do something inappropriate when I have a baby? That's just postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. If you read the pages on those two things, you would come away with the opinion that all mothers after they give birth should be locked in a padded cell for a year. It, like, without any further understanding past the article about it, that would be like what you would assume. Because it'd be like, this is just so much danger to children, like that women can just, with no indication, flip shit and want to hurt their baby. So we just need to put all women in padded cells for a year afterwards. Wonder you address the optics in? I don't care about the optics. I've said this on Twitter. I said this on Discord. I don't believe in using optics to like make my moral framework. I think it's dumb, and I think if you care about optics that much, you're kind of just a fake person.
Jordan Brown gave you 2 back. Could you call the shit show a woman moment?
It's an extended woman moment.
As the map language, and it's insane to me that people are eating this shit up once again. Reassurance seeking is common within this theme. Individuals with POCD will ask friends and loved ones questions aimed at figuring out this threatening unknown. Endless hours are spent mentally ruminating in an attempt to alleviate anxiety. Checking the physical environment to ensure that insidious behavior has not occurred is also common. Incessant answer seeking also occurs on the internet through Google searches and online forums. Common searches include looking up infamous pedophiles and comparing to oneself or sifting through legal jargon to prepare for feared consequences. The hope is to find a nugget of information from anyone, anywhere, that will extinguish the horrific threat. The internet can be an extremely debilitating weapon that leads individuals with POCD down the proverbial rabbit hole. And again, I just want to remind people, pedophilia is not the action of touching a child. Pedophilia is simply the attraction to one.
Yeah, you keep reminding people of that, but if you had actually read any part of this article, you would see that attraction was never mentioned. You keep bringing it up. It's literally never mentioned anywhere in here except from you.
Yeah.
Dark Resurrect for 10, worst story of postpartum psychosis I saw in the hospital was a woman who unalived her kid but kept treating it as if it was alive. The PPP made her unalive it and then was mentally gone. That is actually, I've heard that story more than once.
Yeah, I've heard that before, and some of those women in order to keep them alive and for them not to commit suicide after the fact, they have to give them a fake doll. So then they can still go through the motions of still taking care of that child.
Yeah.
Because as soon as they break out of that psychosis and they realize what they've done, more often than not, they will try to kill themselves.
Anyways, I know we've said it a bunch. We're probably like proper demonetized, but we should probably avoid talking about killing anymore.
I mean, we said pedophile how many times? This is
I know. The stream is fucked, but it's okay, I guess.
Yes, it is.
She does have a basic understanding of the topic from the research she did. The fact she may have misunderstood the nature of OCD could simply be due to how little POCD is talked about. Skepticism makes sense. The thing is, she doesn't have a basic understanding, though. She needs a basic understanding of psychology in general, and she doesn't have it at all. It's just her reading a couple articles, and she doesn't even read them right. Stop coping, Mizu. The stream is borked. Yeah, that's fair. I will also mention, because she like kind of skims over all of this, because I don't think she wants to start addressing any of it, because then it starts poking holes in her argument. Because, like, the big one for me is doing Google searches on infamous pedophiles and comparing oneself to them. That happens with a lot of people that are afraid that they might hurt people. They'll, like, Google serial killers, they'll Google criminals, they'll Google robbers, and they'll be like, am I like these people? Like, this is actually a fairly common thing across, like, multiple different mental illnesses. And she skims past it really quickly because it makes sense, and she doesn't want to address anything that actually makes sense. Solon the Lich for 50 ARS. Do the Kirsche, breed Mizu, and get Lum Lum's foot pressed grape wine are not intrusive thoughts, but I guess I should split the bills with them. And Mercenary for 5, YouTube unsubscribed me from Mizu. I couldn't find your channel. Akko's raid was the only way I could get back here. What a shite show. Yeah, YouTube does that sometimes. Oh, I should keep bringing up attraction when it's unwanted. Nobody wants this happening to them. But it's not even the attraction. It's the fear that there might be attraction. And they, like, constantly run it over in their heads, and she just skipped over that part, I guess. This is, again, if you don't have, like, a base understanding of psychology or law, don't talk about psychology or legal stuff. It's just how it is.
Very nice of you to read this to make us sick. Now chat can vomit with you. I feel the need to bring this up because, again, POCD is being used to defend people that are actual, like, pedophiles. It's not being used as, like, oh, well, this can happen to people who...
Just so we're clear, the people she's referring to is one of them is -8, which she just is taking Proctor's word on that one, which he's just wrong. I'm sorry. And the second one is somebody that's, like, stalking Rev, who tried to use POCD as an excuse. That's not how that works. You don't get to say, well, somebody self-identified with it, so now we just throw the whole, like, we throw the baby out with the bathwater.
And also, like, there was pedophiles that tried to use the excuse of being gay to be like, oh, well, I'm gay, so I couldn't help it.
Yeah. Well, because... And I brought this up because it really annoys me that, like, some lolly shows, like, got on with what Kirsche and Rev were saying in regards to this. Because it's the same argument that aunties use with lolly content. They're just like, oh, you're just coping with lolly stuff. You actually are attracted to kids, but you're pretending you're not because it's a drawing. It's the same thing. And you let it slide when it's that, and when it's that, people are constantly like, oh, well, psychologists say, oh, well, studies say. But then when it's this, suddenly it's, oh, no, we don't believe in psychologists and studies. Those are just made up, make-believe. It's so annoying. My God. Oh, I hate it.
Who were traumatized, and, you know, the very small percentage of people might actually experience an obsessive compulsion towards not wanting to perpetuate a cycle of abuse. It's being used as in these people are pedophiles, they can't help it, they have a mental illness. And it's just like they haven't touched a child, so they got POCD, they're not a pedophile. You can only joke about exploding the penis, but not breaking it. It's fucking... There's a considerable amount of testing that takes place within this theme. Individuals with POCD feel compelled to compare their thoughts, feelings, behaviors, and sexual arousal when they're around children and adults. The hope is that this will serve as a pedophilia litmus test. As mentioned earlier, this inevitably yields a multitude of false positives that lends itself to further ritualizing. While all of these rituals serve to temporarily relieve anxiety, they ultimately prevent someone with POCD from progressing in treatment. Avoidance plays an important role in the perpetuation of POCD. Individuals suffering with POCD will do everything in their power to ensure that these fears do not come to fruition. This is another thing. -8 drew himself fucking children. He admitted he wanted to fuck children. He just didn't have the money to afford their therapy. He said...
They were lolly drawings. Like, I just...
Oh, and...
There was no
real
children involved.
Real quick, Cute Fat Flamingo. Neil 2005 is a research paper that illustrates a great case study of POCD. When I looked up Neil 2005, there is a movie that's just called Neil that was released in 2005. If you can you link that to me or on Twitter or Discord or whatever, because I want to add that to my growing list of research.
This is why I stopped studying psychology. It was too much for my brain. It is heavy. Like I had said earlier today, you really cannot get involved in discussions around psychology unless you have an obscene amount of empathy for like other people. Because a majority of people and conditions you're going to look into, if a regular person saw those, they would be like, yeah, we need to bury that person under the jail yesterday. Because they sound that bad when you write out like what the delusions are, what the symptoms are. That's just all, not all, but it's most like severe mental health issues. And so normal people who don't have that background just don't understand how bad it is.
In so many words that he is a pedophile. There is no defending him with POCD. Like, it's fine if he wanted to come out and apologize for his behavior and say that he's seeking therapy, but it's like, you're not, like, I'm not part of his personal life, right? I don't know if he's going to therapy. I don't know how real that is. It's just, like, it's insane to, like, blame that people gaslit him. Absolutely insane to me. And
they did, and you said earlier that you were fine with, like, Lolly Show stuff, which you kind of snuck that in there, but they, like, constantly harassed him over Lolly Show drawings, telling him that those symbolized real children, and that one day he was going to hurt a real child. And when he had his breakdown in Manic Episode, he references that specifically by saying, yes, all of these fictional lollies I drew, those are real children, and I'm a bad person for being attracted to them. Like, that's what is actually written when you read all of his stuff in order. And people don't like to address that because they just like to focus on, like, the children part. It's like, no, he was having a manic episode. When you're having a manic episode, you say crazy shit. The very first VTuber drama I ever covered was about a person called Cup of Cocoa, who I didn't like, admittedly, and the first couple tweets I saw from her, I made fun of her. But then I read more, and I realized she was having a manic episode. She was shouting, like, the N-word. She was talking about how she was going to hurt people, how she was going to hurt herself. She was, like, flipping out all over the place, saying the craziest shit. And everybody kept saying, no, she means all this stuff. She's an actual bad person. She's an actual racist. She means everything she's saying. It's like, no, she's clearly having a manic episode. She's losing her shit. Like, she needs help. She needs somebody in her life to get a hold of her. She needs a wellness check. Like, all the... and you guys are just egging her on and making it worse. Ah, it's so annoying.
especially because avoidance plays an important role. If people are consuming pornographic content of either like AI children, or maybe if they have the real thing, or maybe if they're doing like weird toddler con shit, that's not avoidance. That is not avoidance. That is playing into it. You can't say that you have POCD if you are actively participating in something that POCD people should be avoiding, right? You know, any amount of therapy can reduce that kind of damage. That's enabling the behavior. Yeah, exactly. As is the case with all forms of OCD, escape and avoidance maintain and exacerbate the anxiety. I misread this. He's saying that you shouldn't avoid them. He's saying that you shouldn't avoid things that trigger your POCD. He's saying you should consume these things.
That is not what he's saying. And this comes to later when Kirsche doesn't understand what exposure therapy is. It's saying that the fact that you are constantly avoiding like everything that you think could trigger you is eventually just making your triggers worse in the long run. Because then when you do inevitably come into contact with them, you flip your shit. That's exactly why exposure therapy exists as a method of therapy. This is, again, coming from the part of, if you don't understand psychology, don't talk about it. She would have known this if she had a basic understanding of it.
Oh, Lord, dude. In response to an impulsivity fear, one may stand as far away as possible from a minor or escape the situation altogether. Avoiding children at parks, museums, or near schools helps ensure that these thoughts, images, and feelings will not surface. In line with their avoidance, some individuals may choose not to have children of their own in order to limit the danger that they feel they pose to children. Now, I'm not a therapist, but I feel like if a guy comes to you and regardless of whether he says that he has flooding thoughts or consistent thoughts of pedophilia in his brain, I don't think any therapist worth their salt would be like, you should be around children more just to see if these thoughts are real. Like, I'm not a therapist. I don't have a degree, but like, that doesn't seem like something a professional would suggest to me. This is absurd. You're attracted to women. You don't go around burying your face in their very nice titties because of impulse control. These people belong in a wood chipper. 1,000 fucking percent. 1,000 fucking percent. Like, this is all grotesque, but I wanted people to know how, again, language is evolving, and you're going to be seeing a little bit less of people using map language, and you're going to be seeing POCD a bit more often. Unfortunately. Treatment for POCD entails engaging in exposure therapy while simultaneously addressing the shame resulting from the stigma.
Real quick, thank you for the 5, Akko. Yes, we are watching most of it. I don't know if we'll watch the last 30 minutes, because she just goes onto some random-ass forum and starts reading the comments from different people and trying to use those as her justification. But
wait. Do you have work tomorrow?
I do, but I'll stay up late if needed.
Okay.
I am super excited for you to see this next part. Because this is where she starts talking about exposure therapy, and this is where she shows how, like, what her understanding of exposure therapy is.
Stigma discussed above. Facing the fear head-on while limiting ritualistic behavior is the most effective way to manage OCD. This includes intentionally placing oneself in situations that will progressively provoke more challenging, unwanted, intrusive thoughts and accompanying anxiety. An emphasis is placed on situations that are inducing a desire to escape or avoid. Sample exposure items include going to public parks, looking at pictures of children, watching movies such as The Lovely Bones, or reading news stories about pedophiles. I don't know what The Lovely Bones is, so I can't comment on that one. Are they gonna recommend people with POCD watch Cuties? Is that gonna be in the treatment regimen over here? Imagine if you have actual OCD, and then this piece of shit says, yeah, I'm not a pedophile, I have POCD. You know, if I had OCD, I'd kind of be a little angry hearing this, I'm gonna be honest with you. Even if it helped to be around children more, to make them less affected by POCD, the risk to the children isn't worth it. This is what I was just about to say, right? Like, as someone with anxiety, certain things would take up my anxiety. And yes, exposure therapy does help. When I had panic attacks playing Tarkov, I got berated because how the fuck are you having panic attacks playing a video game, you fucking idiot? But it's like, I would continue playing it because I wanted to figure out exactly what was triggering my anxiety and how to no longer have that happen. But when I'm doing that, I'm not endangering other people. I don't have, like, thoughts of murdering people in my head, right? Like, I'm not doing anything dangerous. If someone is having, like, pedophilic thoughts, even if they're the type of pedophile that thinks they're bad, that knows it's a bad thing to have, that doesn't mean that you should place them around children. Like, that's insane. Hey, Kirsche, I think I may have a...
Yeah, so her idea of exposure therapy is, I played Tarkov, and Tarkov gave me anxiety attacks, so I kept playing Tarkov to have more anxiety attacks.
Okay, for one, anyone gets anxious when playing video games. Because it's like, oh, what if I don't win and people call me slurs? What the fuck?
This is what I meant when I said earlier that I thought you, like, Tarkov is very important to this. I don't know, like, where she got this idea from. This is exactly what I said earlier about with the, if you have, if you think you have, like, an allergy, instead of going to a doctor and going through, like, allergy test, you just, like, down a bunch of shellfish because anaphylaxis is a skill issue. It is ridiculous just how dumb Kirsche is on this particular issue. And it genuinely kind of amazes me that nobody in her chat heard the Tarkov story and was like, Foxwoman, are you okay? Are you maybe a little stupid? Just so chat is aware, that is not exposure therapy, and that's not how exposure therapy works. I don't know who told her that was how it worked. I don't know what made her think that was how it worked. Exposure therapy is a very specific regimen made for you by a professional where you are exposed very gently in small increments to the thing that is causing you distress in a controlled, safe environment until you get to the point where you are no longer distressed by that thing. I don't know why she has to have at some point looked up exposure therapy. I don't know how she would do that and then come away from it with, oh, just like constantly trigger yourself into freakouts and anxiety attacks and eventually it'll go away.
God.
Yeah, it is
it's
especially stupid.
And it's like, okay, if you're getting anxiety from video games and you just keep playing, I think, and it's like if you eventually get over it, that's called you not being a bitch anymore. That's called you not caring about the game anymore.
I have no idea like where she got this from. It's such a ridiculous story. And it doesn't address anything that's like being said. Also, The Lovely Bones is about the horrors of creeping on kids, and the actor was so accurate, even they became sick. Yeah, so this is something that Kirsche is not understanding. The exposure is not to children. The exposure is to situations that would make someone uncomfortable and make them have, like, these thoughts that they are a danger to people. And you would introduce them into that situation very incrementally and very slowly. That is why 2 of the suggestions that is given for the exposure therapy have nothing to do with children. They have to do with watching a movie and reading news stories about pedophiles. It's a completely different thing.
Yeah, Chelsea had a pretty messed up childhood. Again, not an excuse for having this very bad take. Well, it's like I had a decently messed up childhood as I was getting older and everything. From fucking verbal abuse, getting abused physically by other people, being around druggies, being around pretty shit people. And people just don't like to talk about it anymore, and they want to pretend it didn't happen. Anyways, it's like all of us had different types of childhoods. All of us are like, oh, we want to avoid this. We have, biases against other things and stuff. So it's like, you can't blame someone's brain for their already preconceived notions.
Yeah.
But
ultimately my childhood wasn't all that bad after you take away all like all the molestation and everything. Other than that, it was pretty good.
Besides the molestation, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Other than that, it was pretty good childhood, honestly.
Yeah, that's fair.
Had loving parents, grew up comfortably lower middle class. Other than that, it's probably fine.
Tail fetish, but I'm fairly certain it's just a...
Pause for a second. I just wanted to say very quickly, thank you for doing this stream. Makes me upset seeing some people don't want to understand this. And Chili says, Kirsche is taking the fear of thoughts as guilt. Thought crimes make guilty. Yes.
Yeah. Give it a 4 out of 5 childhood. I give my childhood like a 3 out of 5.
Passing thing. Would you mind if I repeatedly shoved my face into your tail and huffed it for hours and hours on end to make sure it's definitely just a passing fancy I'll get over in time? I believe this would count as essential research material.
Is that your
and have
comment?
extreme value to the psychological community. I feel like if I let you do that, I would wake up tied to a chair with most of my tail shaved off, and then you recreating some sort of like weird voodoo doll of me with my tail fluff, so that you could repeatedly use that in the future. I would feel a little unsafe. I feel a little crazy. We're gonna have some Josef Fritzling going on here. Explode that man's balls. It puts the lotion on its tail. No, that's ridicule, not me. I don't know, man. I don't know. The meat posting is kind of funny. Muscle. You'd watch that movie, Jesus Christ.
I am a little confused as to why all these tangents are left in here, because this is an edited video. Like, her editor actually included, like, other extra pieces to it, with, like, the zoom-ins and everything. Why did you leave all of the tangents if this is meant to be, like, a serious video?
Because length means everything?
I mean, I guess. I feel like if your video is, like, an hour long, it's probably fine.
Oh, this isn't the VOD? No. Like how we're gonna watch that entire fucking thing.
Oh, the VOD's like 3 or 4 hours or something. This is an actual edited video.
It's the style she always leaves in tangents. Okay. If you're gonna talk about something serious, don't leave in the tangents. Yeah. Or do a whole separate uploaded video where there's no chans and change it.
It depends on the subject matter of what you're talking about. When you get to, like, something that is suitably serious enough, you have to take it a bit more, like, seriously.
The goal of these challenging exposure exercises is to let unwanted thoughts be present while allowing anxiety to dissipate organically. taking this risk. I like how they put risk in quotation marks. Like it's not a real risk to place someone with pedophilic thoughts around children. Feels impossible, but after engaging in exposures consistently and repeatedly, the rational brain, the real you, can dominate the conversation. When anxiety is allowed to naturally dissipate, threatening situations are no longer perceived as such, and one does not feel...
I'd like to point out, by the way, that she gets upset with the use of the word risk in quotations, but if you look back on page as she's saying this, the examples they use for exposure therapy are going to a public park, looking at pictures of children, watching movies such as Lovely Bones, or reading news stories about pedos. None of this includes the existence of a real child. And you still have it on screen where people can see it as you're lying about it in the next section, so you can pretend like they're super, like this exposure therapy is super dangerous and going to hurt someone. It's so dumb. I hate it.
Feel relentlessly compelled to resolve questions related to potential for pedophilia. This theme can become irrelevant through exposures and response prevention. Okay, all right, wait a minute, hear me out. What if instead of placing these people in front of children, because they mentioned pictures earlier, what if these people are looking at pictures of children, and then their POCD brain goes into overdrive, and they're like, well, what if I'm not attracted to this child wearing a big puffy jacket? What if I need this child to remove layers of their clothes and see how attracted I am to them then? Like, how far are you wanting these people to go in their picture therapy, as it were? Like, what are we supposed to allow here?
She is super stupid. She's just like making all this up as she goes along. Like, oh, well, what if they just decide they want to see the kid naked? Are you gonna let them see them naked? No. What kind of retarded question is that? Why'd you even ask that question, Kirsche? Why are you so concerned with trying to get the children naked in the pictures?
Yeah, and also, like, okay, when you read sample exposure items include going to public parks, you wouldn't be going alone to public parks. You'd be going with your therapist or whoever is, like, being your handler at the time.
Yeah, she's convinced that because she triggered herself playing Tarkov, that exposure therapy is just something you do to yourself. No, exposure therapy is something you do in a controlled environment with a licensed professional. I'm sorry you didn't know that. She's following to a logical conclusion. That's not a logical conclusion. That's just making shit up. And the only way you can make that up is if you don't know what exposure therapy is. That's the whole problem with her entire stream here. She does not understand what she's talking about. Because she doesn't understand what she's talking about on a basic level, she misreads the entire article. And the more she misreads, the worse and worse it gets as she keeps stacking on more and more and more misinformation. And then that's how you end up at the bottom here, where she's like, oh, the therapist is saying they need to be put in a room with children and the children need to strip for them. Nobody said that anywhere. That's not implied. That's not even like a slippery slope down to here. That's just some shit you made up and pulled out of your ass.
And it's like... Oh, what was the thought here? Oh, yeah. And trying to discuss a topic like that with her chat, and that also has a bias towards all this, and, like, her reading their chats, their super chats, aren't really helping for her to keep a clear train of thought either. With discussions like this, it's most of the time you have to ignore chat, and then do all of your super chats at the end.
Unless you know what you're talking about.
That's at least how I do it. Yeah, unless you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're okay with a pit bull around a child? 60% is better odds than whatever risk this therapy entails? Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck even is this, dude? About the author. Dr. Jordan Levy is a licensed psychologist in a private practice in Manhattan at the Center for Cognitive Behavioral Psychotherapy and in Livingston, New Jersey. We already read what he specializes in, but it's just like... Man, dude. Man, dude. Dude, man. And then there was this International OCD Foundation, which uses Jordan Levy's Am I a Monster? And he also wrote a little article here for them.
I will say, Flamingo, I would give her, like, a little bit of leeway that she isn't an expert if this was just, like, a tweet she made. And then when people told her she was wrong, she's like, okay, well, I didn't really understand it, so, that's whatever. But she, like, double, triple, quadruples down That's like how we ended up at this stream to start with, is she is just continually doubling down on not knowing something and not caring when people tell her she's wrong. She's misreading this as a quote-unquote map argument because she has dealt with LGBT nonsense and she clearly has a bias against it, and unfortunately this has blinded her in this instance. I think it blinds her in a lot of instances. I think it blinds some of her followers too, because I had a lot of her followers come to my tweet today to tell me, didn't you know that Dr. Jordan Levy is a Jew? Like, that's supposed to sway my opinion of the man.
Our manager is also a Jew. Is that supposed to mean something?
Like, that's all people would say to me, is they're like, did you know he's a Jew? I didn't, but now that I do, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. Why is that supposed to matter to me? And this is like her followers coming to me to try and convince me why I should not trust this man. Do they really pull because he's a Jew argument? Yes!
Yes, they did.
I don't even know if he is a Jew. I don't know if Levy is a Jew name. I don't care if it is. It's such a dumb, like, random-ass thing to say. I'm not saying, like, this is, like, what Kirsche supports necessarily. I'm not saying, like, she breeds these people or anything. But this is all, like, the only thing I could get out of any of her followers coming to me was, you're wrong, but I won't explain why, and the man is a Jew. And that's all I could get out of it. Because she didn't, like, give them any information that they could take away into the world to make arguments.
They also say Dr. Jordan Levi is a clinical psychologist, blah, blah, blah. He has the exact same line everywhere it goes. This article was initially published in the winter 2000.
Yes, he does have the exact same line everywhere he goes. It's exactly like when a VTuber shows up on stream and they say, "Hi, my name is so-and-so, I do so-and-so, and I like to stream so-and-so." It's because that's what he is. It's gonna be the same everywhere. His job doesn't change.
Yeah, most doctors have this exact same line whenever they have their article, their website. Hell, even their business cards have this too.
Yeah, this is like, Kirsche is like getting so deep in her own sauce at this point that she's seeing something that is entirely normal, that is standard practice among not just psychologists, but all people of any profession typically have some kind of a little blurb like this about themselves. And she is convincing herself that this is some kind of like negative issue. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. It's because, like, she's put herself in the mindset that she needs to disagree with everything he does, so she is seeking disagreement. Also, thank you, Ate My Rice, for the membership.
And it's like, okay. Because I know a lot of people are jumping on Mizu's dick, talking about this because it's Kirsche. Say that it was a completely different streamer talking about this, and we did this exact same stream. Would people be jumping on us like this if it was somebody else? What do you think?
I don't think so. I think people would back, because they did with, like, a lot of people forget that my -8 thread is ridiculously popular. It's currently sitting at, like, over 8,000, almost 9,000 likes. I still get likes every other day on it. And it's been seen, like, almost 1 million times at this point. It is a ridiculously popular thread. And people really agreed with it. And then when I did the -8 stream, people really agreed with it. When we talked about POCD, talking about the Cal Does Life guy, people really agreed with it. And then suddenly I say, Kirsche does the same thing as them. And I'm like, okay, you're wrong. And everybody's like, oh, wait, you can't. Not about Kirsche. Not Kirsche.
Well, yes, but at the same token, her feeling like this topic is wild on its own is her own prerogative. Yes, it is a wild topic, but she's also severely misreading it.
Yeah, my complaint was it's okay for you to think, like, this is wild or weird or whatever. She is at the point where she's just lying about it. I think how I explained it to someone else was, it's okay to say I disagree. It becomes not okay when you start lying to try and convince other people to disagree too. Because at that point, you're just being dishonest. Also, thank you, Seven, for the membership as well.
It's just like when you have discussions like this, no matter how much you have a severe bias towards it already, you have to put that bias away. That's why not everyone can be a psychologist. It's because not everyone can put that to the side and act professionally. But also, we're not professionals, we're just VTubers, but it's a topic that we have already discussed more than once.
And also, Photon has it. She is advocating for wood chipping and rallying. Like, she's regularly saying, like, we just need to off these people. Once you're at that point, you need to have your information correct.
Yeah.
Gonna rewatch the VOD later because I wanted to hear you guys' perspective on the topic. Thank you for the 5, and thank you. I hope you enjoy the VOD later.
2016 edition of the OCD newsletter. And it's just like a repaste. I don't know if he added anything else here, or if it's just a complete repaste. No, just a complete repaste. And he also adds, visit, the iocdf.org about OCD, visit intrusivethoughts.org OCD symptoms. Again, like I said, everything quotes Jordan Levy when it is talking about POCD. April 15th, 2022, pedophilia, obsessive
I'd like to point out that that's really not that uncommon either. Again, this is a kind of issue where she just doesn't understand what she's talking about, and she reads in malice where there just isn't any. Like, if you look up almost anything about trans issues, they're going to quote John Money.
Yep.
Trans people still exist. Like, they're a thing. We know they're a thing. We have a fairly good grasp on what gender dysphoria is. We know it exists even outside of trans people. But every study quotes John Money because he's like quote the first, even though he was shit at what he did and he didn't do a good job. That's just kind of how like these scientific studies go. Whoever was the first just kind of ends up put as the citation at the top of everything. Salon the Lich for 50 ARS. Mizu, put that menorah on the ground and raise your hands up, and you, the fish, away from the bag of pretzels.
You can't stop me, fuck you!
That's the way psychology works. We all build on past literature. Exactly. And it's not even just psychology. I've seen this across like all the different sciences, the hard sciences and the soft sciences. It's got this really bad habit of whoever made the first study, even if the first study wasn't particularly good, they typically just get quoted all the time as at the top of the paper, just because they were the first and people are going in order. It's weird, but Rev definitely easier to talk to and have been understanding of the problem. Honestly, there's probably more chance of me talking with Rev than there is with Kirsche. I don't think Kirsche will ever talk to me.
Compulsive disorder, it's not what you think. Myths and facts. Myth number 1. If a person has POCD, that means they are a pedophile. Fact. A diagnosis of POCD does not mean that the individual is an offending pedophile. I wonder who else uses this rhetoric. Maps belong on the wall. Actually, having intrusive thoughts and urges about...
So this is important. She doesn't actually say where this page comes from. But this is what I'm talking about. After she gets away from Jordan Levy's like actual articles and stuff, she just starts finding random shit. So she can find like bad stuff to nitpick out of it. Like, yeah, that term, bad. And according to everything in like Jordan Levy's work, he would have never used that term. But you're not on his work anymore. You're somewhere else. You're just on a random blog now.
It's like that. That's why you don't like try to cite any websites that don't have a .org, a .gov, or anything that would indicate that it is an official webpage. To be honest, because anyone can type up a random ass website and be like, "Oh, these are myths, these are facts, and you should just take my word for it."
Yeah, here, can I scroll back like an inch to the top of the page? Yeah, it's just, this is all she shows for this page. Something that was posted on April 15th, 2022. It's got a title. It doesn't have like any identifying markers about what the page is.
No, somebody literally just used a website builder and didn't change the background.
Yeah.
I recognize that fucking image.
Yeah, so at this point, we are completely... She only read one study, and then she immediately started going to random websites she could find on the internet. I mentioned this early on in the stream, but at some point, she just goes to a blog chat room and just starts reading off what random people are saying. Like, no, this is not how this psychological stuff works. We have no idea, like, if this is from a professional, if this is from somebody that even understands psychology.
Oh, I found it. The website is called ignitecounselingcolorado.com.
What? Is it just
Hold on
okay?
here. I'll link it to you.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
There you go.
What is this website? Yeah, it's their blog. I don't. Can I? Okay, I can click off it. It's the full website. Trauma and OCD specialist. We are proud to serve the Denver metro and surrounding areas. Telehealth offered to clients in the state of Colorado. Disclaimer, viewing the content of this website does not establish a therapeutic relationship. Okay. So at least on the upside, she's quoting actual therapists. Of some sort. I mean, it'd be nice to know, like, who the therapists are. But yeah, I will give her that. At least she is actually quoting a site for therapists. Doesn't normally show her browsers much.
I wish it would cite her sources, though. Put them in the description and everything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, here, chat, I'll scroll down for you. She doesn't link, like, any sources to this. This is everything in her description.
Okay, I found the... If you go to the top right corner, meet the team, and it shows everyone who's on here.
Oh, fair enough.
Yep.
I'd have to, like, sit down and, like, look into them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will give her that. She's actually quoting, like, a therapist website. See, chat, this is what you do. When the person is doing something right, you have to admit they're right.
It's not what you think. Myths and facts. Myth number 1. If a person has POCD, that means they are a pedophile. Fact! A diagnosis of POCD does not mean that the individual is an offending pedophile. I wonder who else uses this rhetoric. Maps belong on the wall. Actually, having intrusive thoughts and urges about possibly being a pedophile is extremely distressing to these individuals, who may go to extreme efforts to avoid any situations that could possibly bring them closer to their fears. If a pedophile has an attraction to children and is afraid of actually offending, that does not make them any less of a pedophile.
Again, this has nothing to do with attraction. You're just inserting that into this. It's what she does constantly. She just inserts what she wants in there. Kirsch's latest stream today got privated. Not sure what's up to that. It's off to the side here. Where it just says Sunday Fun Day. I didn't think her stream was even over. I thought she was still streaming.
Makes them aware that they are a bad person, but it does not make them less of a pedophile. What a moment to enter stream! Welcome! Isn't that a good thing? This sometimes look like avoidance of media content with or about children and babies. Declining invitations to social gatherings in which children and babies will be present. I really hate how this article added babies. Or an inability to care for one's own child for fear of accidentally doing something inappropriate. Myth number 2. Having obsessive thoughts and urges about being a pedophile means that the individual is sexually aroused by this content. Fact! The OCD cycle, regardless of content, traps the sufferer in a loop of A, having an intrusive thought and urge that causes distress, B, the person compulsively engaging in a behavior to neutralize or undo the thought, C, temporary reduction in anxiety from the original thought, which reinforces to the brain that this compulsive behavior is necessary for our safety, and D, the intrusive thought and urge remains. The bottom line is, intrusive thoughts can feel torturous to the person experiencing them. The thoughts and urges are not desired, sought after, or welcome. Yes, I definitely trust a pedophile when he says that his thoughts about molesting children are merely intrusive and he definitely doesn't like them.
See, this just provided, like, a fact that completely tears down her entire argument, start to finish, completely. And all she says is, yeah, they're lying about it. That's the only response she can possibly have for it, is that they must just be lying. It's the only way she can get rid of it. Because there is no, like, proper response you can make to that for like the perspective she has. It genuinely does just tear down everything she said. She is misreading the fear of attraction with actual attraction. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And this clarified for her in plain language that that's exactly what it was. And instead of acknowledging that maybe she has misunderstood everything else that she's read this entire time, she just compartmentalizes this as a separate point by itself and says they're lying about it so she can throw it away. Once you've reached, I've said this before, and it is true that sometimes when you're like in a debate or a discussion, your opponent will just lie about stuff. But once you have reached the point in that discussion where your only argument is, I think you're lying, then there's no argument to have anymore. Because everything the other person will say will be met with, I think you're lying. You've immediately tore down their credibility entirely with yourself. There's no discussion to have anymore.
Yeah. And also, it doesn't exactly help when she's discussing this, but she is working backwards. She already has a conclusion to her argument. She's going to use that conclusion as she goes through everything.
Yeah.
Sufferer, remember, chat, the pedos are the real victims. Myth number 3. Obsession about pedophilia is really sick. That person must be severely sick, way more than regular OCD. Fact. OCD can hook onto any content matter: germs, relationship uncertainty, sexual orientation, religion, health, symmetry, order, and more. The type of OCD has no bearing on severity.
I do want to clarify this, because I think this is something that it sounds bad if you don't have like a mental health like background, but if you do, yeah, that's just normal. There's no difference, mentally speaking, in severity between somebody that has like compulsive thoughts about hurting people and somebody that has compulsive thoughts about hoarding. They have like the same level of severity. We as like people put different value on their thoughts because we're like, well, the hoarding only hurts them, but the murder actually hurts other people. So the murder one is actually just way worse than the hoarding one. When in reality, they're the same. Both people are equal levels of mentally ill, and both people are equal levels of dangerous to everyone. It doesn't tear down. She's expressing there's a line between endorsing science and allowing people with authority to dictate what's appropriate to conduct in private. That, I'm not sure you read what we said. That's not what it says at all. That has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
I mean, don't forget your stream is like 30 seconds.
Well, no, he's quoting the part where I said that myth tore her argument down, because he put it in quotes. Yeah, that's not what's said. I don't know what you're trying to reference there. That's not what's said at all. Oh, that's cope. Like, a lot of what she's doing here is just cope, because she doesn't understand.
Rather, severity is determined by how much impairment the individual experiences in daily functioning as a result of the intrusive thoughts. Trained clinicians measure the amount of time the person spends on their compulsive behaviors a day, and how much control the person feels they have in their ability to resist compulsion. Chat, I just had a thought. I just had an impulsive thought. The severity is determined by how much impairment the individual experiences in daily functioning. You know what else uses that terminology? When you're trying to get like disability payments, you have to explain to the government how your disability is severe enough to impair your daily functioning. Can you imagine someone who's a pedophile claiming they have POCD and eventually making the government believe that they have a severe enough impairment about thinking about molesting children all day that the government starts paying them disability? That is horrifying. That is a horrifying fucking thought. Getting paid to sit out in front of the school all day.
Yeah, this is just, again, her not knowing she's talking about. Oh, can you believe they use that wording? Yeah, they're therapists. That's the wording people use.
Oh, hold on. Based on the timestamp for Kirsche's latest stream, she seems to continue to double down on her perspective for at least 3 more hours. Well, looks like you got another stream to do, Misu.
I don't know if I do, that one's gonna be like the specific clips. I ain't watching that whole 3-hour stream.
We can wait for the edited down version.
I'm just going to say this, man. COVID-19 really put a lot of distrust out in the world for people who probably truly did study in these fields of science because a handful of jackasses wanted money. Exactly. Like, this is, unironically, Kirsche is getting to the point with psychology where it's equal levels of, well, the COVID vaccine was bad, so I think all vaccines are evil and all of them are terrible and you shouldn't trust any of them. It's like once you get to that point where you are just saying everybody in a certain field is ontologically evil, there's no discussion to ever have, because all those people will always be evil to you. Nothing will ever convince anyone otherwise. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't make sense. Honestly, Kirsche might just need to go, like, talk to her therapist more.
And cute bat flamingo, it can be totally debilitating. In the paper I sent, the case study had a person who was severely suicidal over something they didn't even do.
Exactly. That's like what these are talking about. And she's like, well, like a pedophile could apply this to themselves. They do that all the time with everything. They try to apply everything to themselves to justify what they're doing. It's not just them. Criminals of all kinds try this. Criminals all the time try to pretend they have different mental issues to get out of jail. I don't understand why somebody's pretending to, like, somebody's faking an illness. Now we just have to assume the illness is all fake. That's stupid.
People who use this to justify map society believe the core idea of POCD is not that paraphilia is not a pedophilia, but the irrational fear that they are a pedophile. But you don't know. I've already said this a couple of times, but I'll loop it like a third or fourth one here. I don't know how many loops I'm on. I think that POCD can be an actual thing for a very, very small percentage of people, as we've seen from victims of grooming, from victims of childhood exploitation, from victims of childhood sexual assault, right? These children can go on to perpetuate the cycle of abuse. The victim becomes the abuser because they have normalized what happened to them in their head. We've read articles about the gay community.
So the super chatter she got, or the commenter, I don't know which one it was, explains to her what POCD actually is in very plain and very concise terms, and she immediately falls back on the same story she's told 2 other times about, well, if you were abused as a child, then maybe it's real. And then she just ignores it and keeps going. It's like, your chat at this point is telling you you're wrong, and you're just ignoring them and continuing with your canned story that you pre-prepared. This is dumb. You're dumb.
On this, about how, like, gay people will be ushered into cruising and into the gay clubs by, like, 13, 14, 15, and then they'll go on to do the same thing to other 13, 14, 15-year-old boys when they get older, right? So I can understand from that perspective, if you've been a victim or you've been exposed to these things as a child, you could get that obsession over, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to do these things. I'm not attracted to these things, but I am terrified that I might become like the person who abused me, right? Like, that makes sense. That's a sensical train of thought. And for those people, I feel nothing but bad for them, right? Because they went through some shit and they don't want to make other kids go through some shit. But I don't think that is how POCD is going to be largely used. And I've seen it already on Twitter, people using POCD to defend outward pedophiles. And it's like that's not like, that does a disservice to the actual victims who might be terrified of perpetuating a cycle. What the fuck is that comic? I'm about to get to it.
Oh wait, that was your comment? I think Seven saying that was actually his comment. Yeah, no, that was a concise, very, like, controlled description of what it is, and she just shoves it off to the side, and she's like, well, no, that's not logical. If a disorder isn't logical or rational, it isn't real. Yeah, she pretty much says that. She goes like, well, if you were abused as a child, this might be a logical reason for this to happen. Yeah, mental health isn't logical. Some people are just born with their, like, brain messed up. Like, that's not logical. We can't even explain it. We don't even know why. I feel bad for them. You clearly don't curse since you said they should be put up against the wall. Yeah, pretty much. Unless you don't have a sad backstory, you're not valid is what I'm getting. Yeah, also that.
And it's like, okay, for the sake of argument, how would you know if if said person didn't go through that trauma?
Yeah.
It's like, does someone have to advertise, hey, look, I went through this. Here's the proof that I went through this. So you have to feel bad for me now. It's like, at this point, then it's just like asking, okay, prove your identity, show me you have this, and then I'll stop calling you pedophile and that you should die.
Well, also, and I mentioned it earlier, but there's a lot of people that don't even know they have trauma because their mind has either blocked it out entirely, or they have convinced themselves that it was normal and they shouldn't question it. Like,
Yeah.
I've seen people before that were assaulted as children, and they never recognized it was a problem till like their 30s when they talked to a therapist and they're like, so, you know, what kind of relationship did you have with your dad? And they'd be like, oh yeah, well my dad did X, Y, and Z to me. The therapist is like, you know, that's like assault, right? And they'd be like, no, it wasn't. Like, that was just how my dad acted with me. That was normal.
Yeah, and it's just like, hell, there's some people that don't like realize that they've been abused or something happened to them until like a strangely specific thing just kind of flips
Triggered
a
it.
switch in their brain, and then they start just like sobbing, and they don't understand why. And sometimes it takes, you know, going to a therapist to eventually figure out what exactly happened.
Yeah,
Because-
so if like your whole
Yeah.
reasoning is you have to give me your crybaby backstory, some people don't even know their own backstory. Your
Yeah.
mind works in mysterious ways to try and protect you, and one of the most common ways is just completely blacking it out.
Let me see. I can't
to be
zoom
fair,
in.
hold on. Pause. To be fair, how many stories have we heard about actors or certain famous people becoming LGBT to try and avoid consequences? I.e., anyone remember the Mr. Beast scandal? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but like, that's famous people. Famous people do anything to get away with it.
Yeah.
On this, so here we go. Pedophilia, OCD, it's not what you think. And this woman says, let's talk about the thoughts that have been worrying you. The ones about kids. And the guy says, they really scare me. I don't like them. Sometimes I think things or have urges to do things that I know are wrong. With kids. And the woman says, have you ever acted on these urges? And the man says, no, never. But what if I do? What if I'm a horrible monster? And she says, you have something called POCD. You're not a monster, and you're not a pedophile. And he says, can you help me? I can't even babysit my little sister because I don't want to hurt her or even think about hurting her. So again, even in this comic, the way that they're using it in this comic is not someone who was abused and is afraid of perpetuating the cycle. They're using it as, this is a pedophile that has urges to do things with kids, but he's not a pedophile because he knows it's wrong.
Yeah, she always loops back to the crybaby backstory. Every time. You don't have the crybaby backstory, you can't have a mental illness.
Yeah. And it's like, I'll let you have this play for a little bit, or, well, you've already seen this 2 other times, so I'm sure you can answer this. Does she even realize what just the text box says? And, like, does she read it, or does she just skip over it?
I think she kind of skips over a lot of like the little text bits. She just read what he said.
Okay.
But yeah, he is, no, she's just not properly reading it. I don't think she can. I think she is so convinced of her specific idea of how this is supposed to go that she just starts blocking out any of the extra little bits of information that says something different.
This is the way they are using it. Congratulations, you're a fucking monster. Oh my god, your sister, Jesus Christ. Family members are usually the first victims in these kinds of things.
Am I a bad person? Paranoia is extremely common. Any psychologist will tell you, people in blue areas worry they might be racist, red areas worry they might be gay, and everyone worries about more universal ways to be a monster.
I mean, sometimes I worry about the way I've worded things, because like sometimes I'm fucking an idiot, right? I was like, I don't want to word things incorrectly. I try my best, but I'm also talking off the cuff for 5 hours a day. So like sometimes I might not word things well enough and it might get
I hate this section especially because somebody, I don't know if you heard the comment, but they left a comment that says, you know, everybody worries about horrible things. Like Democrats tend to worry about if they're racist, Republicans tend to worry about if they're gay or not. Every human universally worries about if they're going to become a bad person or a monster or not. And then she responds with, well, sometimes I worry I might say the wrong thing on stream. I don't think you understand. This comment isn't agreeing with you. It's trying to explain to you that just because people have monstrous impulsive thoughts doesn't mean they're a monster. In fact, it's actually extremely common to have monstrous impulsive thoughts as long as you have an internal monologue like a normal person. Also, TOA, the exact phenomenon you're talking about, not realizing until much later, is described in the book The Trauma Myth by Susan Clancy. I've never read it, I know of it, and I've heard it's a good read.
Well, it looks like you're gonna have to throw that book on your throne. I know I'm probably gonna. There's so many books that I've been meaning to read and everything that it's just like. No.
Christians are better now than Republicans. I mean, he said blue areas, red areas, so I just said Democrats, Republicans.
Yeah.
That's typically what they mean when they say blue-red.
Construed, and sometimes I try to explain myself better, you know? Come on, guys, it's fine. This pedo totally is afraid of touching kids, bro. You can trust him. Yeah, he's afraid. He knows it's wrong. That means he's not really a pedophile. It's not real pedophilia unless you actually touch a kid. Everyone does, Kier, you're fine. Yeah, you're our adorable idiot. I try best. Nobody has ever done anything they know to be wrong. Yeah, like, it's a crazy rationalization. And the fact that it's not even like these people aren't even trying to pretend that POCD is something from like a victim to abuser pipeline concern. They're literally just saying this person is a pedophile, but they know pedophilia is wrong, therefore they're not a pedophile, and it's just POCD. That wasn't real pedophiles, and knew that wasn't real communism. Well, I mean, they usually run together in the same groups, let's be real. A uranium cake gift to the doctor. Oh my god, this is horrific. I'm gonna post this article in chat in case you guys want this. I know KB is gonna be posting it in the stream channels as well, but I think this one is the fastest way. If POCD defenders pop up, this comic is the fastest way to be like, you're full of shit, buddy. What is
You didn't even read all of it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post this at people, and it proves that you're wrong. Well, if you actually read it, then you would know I was right. Also, mercenary for 2. Don't worry about being a monster. I know I am. I also know I'm a monster. People refer to me as the blue one.
Yeah, you have a whole title, the blue one. Again, you need to get some, like, you know, villain art where it just says the blue one.
I saw this video, and yeah, she's effectively too jaded and doesn't realize some people really have thoughts they hate. Pretty much, I could believe that she's so, like, jaded by her political brain rot that she has completely forgotten that, yeah, there are people out there that have genuine mental issues, and they do want to go to therapy to fix it. Also, somebody in chat says, because nobody has ever done anything they know to be wrong. Surprisingly, they say that ironically, and she jokes about it with them. That is somewhat true. And if she knew anything about psychology, she would know this. A lot of people that do, like, genuinely evil things in the world, that want to do evil things, do not see it as wrong. It's a very interesting, like, psychological phenomenon where the way their brain is wired, they physically cannot see what they are doing is wrong. They acknowledge that society thinks it's wrong, but mentally they personally believe it is not wrong for them to do it.
treatment look? And this isn't from like some random fucking blog either. It's from Ignite Counseling Colorado, which, like, it is a blog, but it's from a counseling company. Nobody wants this. What does treatment look like for someone presenting with POCD symptoms? With an ERP-trained clinician... I hate that exposure and response prevention is the same as erotic roleplay, man, because goddamn, that... With an exposure and response prevention trained clinician, POCD clients work towards engaging with their fears and tolerating distress without performing ritualized compulsive behaviors. For example, if a mother diagnosed with POCD refuses to give her child a bath when alone because she's afraid of bathing her child inappropriately, the client is then assigned homework assignments with the purpose of bringing her closer and closer to the highest anticipated level of discomfort with the distressing, unwanted, intrusive thoughts. ERP trained. That's so fucking weird to me. Like, I'm not a mother, but the only time I've ever thought about, like, changing diapers is like, goddamn, I'm probably gonna have to wear a mask when I do that, because I'm incredibly smell sensitive, and baby shit smells atrocious. My grandma would, like, change the diapers of my little cousins in her bedroom, which was next to mine, and I would feel like vomiting all the time. I can't stand the smell, man. Assign her to cell block D.
Yeah, again, like, it's just this thing of, I don't know anything about this experience. I've never had this experience, and I've only thought about maybe having this experience in the future, but I'm going to talk about it as if I know what I'm talking about, and I'm going to say that this psychological group is incorrect, because I don't think that sounds right.
And again, postpartum psychosis is one hell of a thing. And, and again, mothers will have the unending urges to wanting to murder their own child via postpartum psychosis. So this isn't out of the realm of possibilities of intrusive thought. Yeah. Unfortunately.
It's
just
important to understand that there's no prediction for like postpartum anything either. Sometimes people have it, sometimes people don't. Sometimes people have like a light version of it. Sometimes people have an extreme version. There's no way to predict it. There's no way to prevent it. Like, it's not like, oh, this person was normal, clearly they weren't going to have it, or, oh, this person was already crazy, clearly their postpartum was going to be worse. There's nothing like that for that. And that's how mental health is. It's messy, and it doesn't make sense, because we don't fully understand the brain.
And it's like, honestly, until the, Calda's live video, didn't even know POCD was a thing. And honestly, I think outside, besides the peer-reviewed studies and everything that are out there, I think it's good that we hardly ever seen anything about this in random-ass blogs, Twitter posts, or anything saying, oh, I have POCD and blah, 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 blah. I think that's good because that means things are being worked out in a controlled environment and these people have help, not the help of Tumblr.
Yeah. Like, she talks about it like it's weird that therapists aren't, like, exposing their client. Like, early on, she kind of talks about it as weird. It was like, oh, we don't have, like, all these stories of, like, all these cases of people with it. It's like, yeah, because, first off, if somebody had that, they would probably understand the social stigma that comes with it. You wouldn't say that out loud and attach your name to it. And the therapist wouldn't say anything about it because patient confidentiality. Like, there are a million reasons why you would not hear stories about this, from, like, the social stigma to, like, HIPAA stuff.
At first, this might look like helping the child get ready for the bath, then passing the bathing task to another trusted caregiver. Another exposure might be giving the child a bath with another caregiver in the home, but not nearby. And yet, another exposure might be giving the child a bath without another caregiver in the home. With repeated exposure to the feared stimuli without tapping out, and engaging in a compulsion, such as a mental ritual of repeating the phrase, I am okay if I just stay away from my child, clients retrain their brains to tolerate temporary distress without needing to do anything to alleviate the anxiety. If this is
So what she's needing to understand about what they're saying here is the point is people with POCD are literally not pedophiles. They have a fear that they might be. So the point of exposure therapy is to show them that if they are constantly interacting with this child, they aren't going to do anything. It's only a fear that they might do something, but they aren't actually predisposed to it, and they aren't going to do it. And that's the part that she just doesn't understand. It's not the desire to do it, it's the fear that you are capable of doing it. And by performing these actions and not doing it, you're showing yourself that just because you're capable of doing it doesn't mean you actually would. And it doesn't mean you would want to.
Yeah.
Mercenary for 2, unless it is to present a crime, we'll never hear. I think he means, like, unless it has something to do with a crime, nobody's going to hear about it.
Yeah.
She got set off like this in a similar way when talking about Dr. Disrespect. Wasn't he just, like, actually trying to talk to little girls, though? While married? Like, he had to double up on his degeneracy?
I think... Yeah, I believe he admitted that the girl was 17. Or said she was 17. But then said that it was, like, a Twitch psyop and it was somebody that was setting him up.
He still thought she was 17.
Yeah.
I admit, chat, I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't know much about the Dr. Disrespect story. I've never liked him, and I just kind of... Everybody else said he was handled, so I just figured I would let them deal with it. Unfortunately, exposure therapy doesn't always work. Sometimes a mix of medication and CBT would be used as well. Yeah, that's the thing, and that's why you need to do this with a therapist and not like Kirsche, pretending that she's doing exposure therapy by playing Tarkov. You need a licensed professional who can not only make the plan for you, but monitor your progress to see if you're getting better. And then they can decide as you're going on, if things aren't getting better, what else you might need.
Mm-hmm.
resonating with an aspect of your personal experience, we want you to know that there is hope for recovery, and we want to help. Please click here to schedule a free phone consultation with one of our ERP-trained staff. Bro, dude. I'm thinking of that fucking Hurtful Onions clip of him talking to the security guard, saying that he has to keep recording because he's like on the fucking sex offender registry or some shit. Harmful Onions, you have to do this. Fucking schedule for a free phone consultation. This is literally free kind of content that you do, my man. I would love to hear you talk to one of these consultants and talk about how you suffer from POCD.
I have no idea. I do have to say, I have to condemn this. I just this behavior in general. I don't condone like tying up people's business and phone lines just for like content and memes. I think people like that are just shitty. I've always thought the whole prank phone call thing was kind of shitty. It's really stupid.
Oh, harmful opinions? You think she's meant harmful opinions?
She says harmful onions like every single time. I don't think she ever corrects herself. Yeah, let's not farm professionals for content, please. Exactly. Like, stop. Yeah. It goes the same for, like, in real life stuff. Stop going into people's businesses and causing, like, trouble for them. Leave people alone. Leave people out of your stupid pranks. Leave people out of your stupid jokes. If you want to do that content, you need to do it with other consenting people. And nobody else wants to be involved in your shit.
It's your funny way of saying his name. So, yeah, it's harmful opinions.
Oh, God, it's so dumb.
I need this unpopular onions video, man. Schedule him for the wood chipper. No, the harmful onions isn't an actual offender. He said that because he didn't want to turn off his stream. He's a silly little prankster. Why can't people just molest the Kirsche? Do not molest woodland critters!
Oh, yeah, so remember, chat, she said earlier that because -8 called himself a pedo in a manic episode on Tumblr, that means he is forever a pedo, and she took his word for it. But when Harmful Opinions told a security guard that he was a pedophile and had to record himself at all times in public, that wasn't serious. That was a joke. That was a meme, a gag, a gaffe. Like, we can't do this thing where we take everybody at their word for it, and then we're like, except the people I like, they're telling jokes. I guess you've never seen that clip, Lumi?
Nope.
I forget what he was doing, but he was doing in real life streaming for some reason, and he gets stopped with a security guard because the security guard says you're not allowed to film in here, and he just says, oh, I'm a registered sex offender pedophile, I have to film everywhere I go. And it's like, why is... He like fires that off really quick too. I'm like, why? Why did you say that? I would still tell you to leave. Like, if it was out of my business and you told me that, yeah, okay, well, now you can't film in here and I'm not going to sell to you. Get out.
Free, it's literally free. This is his forte, man. And as I said, look at one of the references here. It's our friend, Mr. Jordan Levy. Mr. Jordan Levy. Imagine that. This is pretty much what they do for OCD sufferers who are triggered by other kinds of thoughts. They think they can just do the same thing for people who have thoughts of diddling kids. Yeah, again, it makes sense for regular OCD. Exposure behavioral therapy makes sense for regular OCD. It makes sense for...
Real quick, isn't the issue -8 had multiple instances stating he was having thoughts like that? People pretend that's the case because there's 3 different messages. All 3 messages were sent within a minute of each other. It's not like a history of him doing it. It's literally one comment that's split into 3 parts because Tumblr had limits on how many you could send in a comment. So everybody likes to separate them out and post them individually to say that this was something he was regularly talking about, when in reality, all of it happened at the exact same time within like 2 minutes of each other. Because it was clearly a breakdown.
Anxiety. It makes sense for all sorts of mental health things. But if someone is having any kind of, whether you call them intrusive or not, thoughts about molesting children, I don't care if they say they think things and have urges that they know are wrong. I don't want to put that person in front of children. All these sources are just reposts of the original. They are. All of them source Mr. Jordan Levy. All of them source Mr. Jordan Levy. Here's another.
Yes, Kirsche, I know you didn't go to school because apparently the butch lesbian scared you away from it. But yes, that's what you do when you make a paper. You reference literature and you include your references into sources. Again, I know you've flunked out of school because you don't include your references in your own stream, but like, try to keep up. Seriously. God, it's so annoying.
I think I recognize this article. I think this is the one that Mr. Calda's life tried using a very vague screenshot of, and we had to go find it.
No, this is a new one. This isn't this year.
Oh, this is a new one? Oh, that is a new one.
Yep. This was earlier this year.
No, it's just the same website. You know what? I'm going to go look this up. Okay,
4chan unironically didn't even call -81 because he would lurk his on-thread shitting on himself for said intrusive thoughts. They told him to go to therapy and log off. No, Mizu, remain professional, please. I am remaining professional. She is annoying. This is as professional as I can be. Because she keeps, like, citing this stuff as if it's, like, a genuine issue. And it's like, no. They include their references on the bottom of the page. This is common. This is something you were supposed to have learned in school. You're supposed to reference your work that you use for research.
Yep. If you didn't already find it, there you are. There's the one she's looking at right now.
Fair. Like, I'm trying to be nice to her, but as the stream goes on, she just repeatedly gets worse and worse and worse. And I think to some degree she knows she's wrong, because she keeps going to more and more obscure, newer sources to try and find something to nitpick about them.
It's like I would have at least tried to dig for older articles and then work up to newer ones, instead of just seeing what Google brings you first.
Yeah. Like I said, at some point she just ends up in a comment section and just reading random people's comments.
One from 2025, February 14th, 2025. It's fucking recent, man. Jesus. What is POCD, pedophilia, OCD, signs, symptoms, and treatments? So I must have opened this one recently because I found more shit. Pedophilic OCD is a subtype of OCD that causes intrusive, unwanted thoughts about children. Unlike pedophilia, POCD is driven by anxiety, not desire. The most effective treatment is exposure and response prevention therapy, which helps people manage uncertainty and anxiety. Yes. Yeah, it doesn't matter that it's not driven by desire. If they say it's anxiety driven, that's, they're not really a pedophile. You're taking a stroll through the park, you notice a young child. Wait, hold on. We've already read this. Where did we read this? This is like a copy paste of something we already read. Look, young child on the playground. We already read this. Which?
I can confirm for you, Kirsche, you did not in fact already read this. You were just getting hung up on the fact that it says playground. Because part of the exposure...
It has similar wording to the first article, but of course they have to reference what they're talking about.
Yeah. She gets hung up on this really bad for some reason.
Which article was this from? Hold on. That was fucking Jordan Levi's thing. You imagine one day you're walking past an elementary school playground. They just left out the... You think to yourself, what a cute kid. But then another thought comes. Wait, what if I'm attracted to children? Am I a pedophile? If you have recurring sexual thoughts about children, you may have a condition known as pedophilia OCD. Hold on, wait a minute. In the other article, they specifically said that the difference between pedophilia and POCD was that in pedophilia, it's recurring thoughts, whereas in POCD, it's just a flooding of thoughts. I said, hold on, wait, they can't even keep their story fucking straight, man.
What? I saw this like earlier, and I even then, when the first and second time I watched it, I still didn't know what she was talking about, and I still don't know what she's talking about. But she goes, in the other one, it said a flooding of thoughts, but in this one, it says recurring thoughts. They can't keep their story straight. What do you mean? Do you know what flood and recurring means? They kind of mean the same thing. It's just different prose. Sloomy tired. I can see you yawning.
I'm always
I like that everybody else in chat is confused too. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Let's be clear, everyone has a random unwanted thought that pops into their head from time to time. However, there's a big difference between unwanted thoughts you can easily dismiss and those that sit on your mind and cause distress. With POCD, fleeting thoughts like these can cause a lot of anxiety because you have an intense fear of being a pedophile. If you believe you might have POCD, read on to learn about the symptoms, how it differs from pedophilia, and how treatment can help you overcome your fears. In this article, they have the what is pedophilia, OCD, what are the symptoms, the relationship between POCD and false arousal, POCD versus pedophilia, they aren't the same, POCD treatment, bottom line, and key takeaways. Well, we already know what it is. Community discussions, what is this? I have the most lovely 3-month-old daughter, and I have chronic OCD over harm and pedophilia OCD, and it just consumes me. Last night, I was rubbing... Oh, what the fuck? 1 in 40 people experience OCD. Okay. Last night I was rubbing her chest to help her sleep, and my hand rubbed over a wee button under her sleep suit. As she's a girl and I was rubbing her chest, my head thought, that's like a mound, as if a breast. I can't remember what I thought or did after this, but I may have thought, that's nice, and kept rubbing. Not long after, I remember the thoughts being too much and lifting my hand away. I'm absolutely mortified at the thought I didn't lift my hand away the second my hand associated that wee mound with a breast, and feel like the worst dad ever now. I'm so upset over this, the amount of effort I put into not doing anything appropriate, and then I let this happen. Alright, hold on a second. He said wee button under her sleep suit, and that's why I paused at first, because I was like, why is he calling, like, nipples a wee button? Because it's under her sleep suit, so it's not an actual button. And then he went on to explain, making it very obvious he was talking about nipples and not a button. But it's okay, guys, he's not a pedophile because he thought that rubbing a child's breasts was nice. He's mortified at the thought, don't you know? That's why we shouldn't shame him and feel bad for him instead. He's the real victim here, chat. The amount of effort he put into not doing anything appropriate. Oh my god, what a poor little guy! 3 months for the love... Yeah, his child. This is someone they put in their article about POCD. This is someone they put in their article about why they're different from pedophiles. Let's see some responses to this fucking thing. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Looking back on the moment and trying to analyze when and why you did what you did is just OCD. Trying to get you to doubt. Try your best to catch yourself and ruminating on the moment. Come back to the present. Be kind to yourself. Remember, your thoughts are just thoughts. They have no bearing on you personally.
I'd like to point out that this is, again, something I mentioned earlier, where if you actually talk to somebody who is, like, mentally unwell, you're going to come away with the thought that they're, like, evil. Just not just for this, for anything. Like, if you actually sat down and you, like, if you ever watch interviews with people who have, like, schizoaffective disorder, you will come away from it thinking, like, oh, there's no saving this person.
Yeah.
But that's not, like, how it is. There's actual therapy and treatment for this stuff. This is, somebody for the first time in their life meeting an actually mentally ill person that's not just quirky mentally ill. Like, oh, I just have depression. It's cute and quirky and it makes me wear black all the time. It's like an actual, like, person that needs therapy.
It's like, I don't understand how somebody can read something word for word and still get the entire, like, sentence or, like, you know, the entire comment wrong.
There's also something else I kind of want to point out. And you said you had linked the study, right, to me? Because I think... So this is the one, it is. And do you notice that this is February 14th, 2025, chat? So it's important to notice, February 14th, 2025. That means this article was posted this year. And all the comment, and this, like, little community discussions thing, links to, like, comments from 2022, before this article ever came out. In fact, I think all the articles on this site about POCD is before this. So this is just, like, way, way, way in the past. I don't know, like, how they selected these, or if they even selected these.
I think it just might be selected because it's related to the topic. It might be a keyword thing. Because
it just says, like, it says pedophilia, OCD. Also, they're European. Because
that's surely what's wrong with them. They're European.
Yeah. But no, like, she just starts reading through these comments here, and, like, yeah, the comments are creepy. That's what, like, a mentally ill person is. Like, that's how actual mental illness reads.
People without OCD get intrusive thoughts as well, but with us, it sticks. The alarm goes off and we keep cycling when we fight our thoughts. I'm understanding through my therapist what's actually happening with me. Your last paragraph is instructive. My therapist said that in my case, I'm sensitized to my theme. So the more effort I put into avoid, I actually strengthen the OCD. So I can completely understand, man. Talk to your therapist and they'll help you manage this. I hope you and we all beat this OCD thing soon. This sounds like the fucking transgender cult Reddit posts, where like someone posts about getting a boner from wearing their sister's underwear or their mother's dresses, and everyone's like, oh my god, you're such a cute little egg ready to crack. Oh my god, you're such a beautiful and brave, valid woman. This is Silence of the Lamb dialogue.
Chat, we really could have done like a drinking game where we take a shot every time Kirsche relates this to trans people. For whatever reason.
Shot at this point. And any filter would have been taken down.
Guys, this sounds exactly like trans people. Like, what are you on about, woman? Like, this is where we kind of end up at the point where, like, any agreement I could ever have with you is probably just out the window at all. Because, like, this segment, for me personally, was a time where I was, like, reading through some of these comments where I was like, yeah, no, I could agree with you that, like, some of these are creepy and they make me uncomfortable. But I also have to acknowledge that I've read way more uncomfortable stuff from way more mentally ill people that have since been fixed and like had like the proper therapy they needed and they live normal lives now.
And also, like, okay, even the example that she brought up is wrong. If someone popped a boner for putting on their sister's underwear, their mother's dress, that's autogynephilia.
Yeah, it's autogynephilia.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know why she brings that up at all.
I don't know.
What the fuck? It is. Let's see what else is here. This would definitely be so hard to deal with. I don't have children myself, but from time to time I'll see one and the intrusive thoughts will come for me. What the fuck? What the fuck? From time to time I'll see a child and the intrusive thoughts will come to me. When they do, I feel like I'm viewing them from a predator's gaze. It's disturbing. Anyway, I say that just to say it's bad enough when OCD targets people you know like it. It must be horrible when it's about your own child. Oh my god, yeah, you are the predator, man! Look, again, I said opening with this, most of these people are going to be using it to hide actual pedophilia. And that is exactly what it is being used for. So, like, anyone that uses POCD in a defense online should be heavily fucking scrutinized. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. I'd like to...
It is completely okay to scrutinize people that claim they have like a mental illness over the internet and don't have any formal diagnosis of any sort. The problem becomes when you use the justification that some people fake it to say the entire thing itself is fake and anyone who has it is faking. And that's like where she's trying to push this is, okay, there are going to be people that use it to hide. Ergo, everyone that's using it is using it to hide.
Yeah. You can't, it's like using the good old saying, you can't let one rotten apple spoil the bunch. Because just because one bad actor doesn't mean that everybody is a bad actor.
Yeah. And like some people in chat says, yeah, this does actually sound horrible. It does. Like, it's really creepy. And some of these people, like, some of them probably do have the POCD, and some of them probably are just predators looking for an excuse, and they found a website they could use to, like, voice their excuse. That's completely a possibility. But she's using that to extrapolate it into, like, an entire field of study. A couple random-ass comments from 2 years ago, and she's like, okay, that's an entire field of study now. This is all that field of study is. You can't do that. It's dumb.
Remind you, though, that thoughts are neither good nor bad. We might react to them, and our reactions may give us a reason to label them one way or another, but at the end of the day, thoughts merely are. That's right, chat. You don't want to prosecute people for thought crimes, right? A pedophile is someone who actually touches a child. It's not merely the thoughts of touching children. I hate these people. And I would also like to say that it's probably for the best you didn't immediately pull your hand away. There's nothing that you were doing that was somehow wrong. You were just trying to help her get to sleep. Plus exposure and all that. Bro, if you are rubbing your child's chest to help them get to sleep, and you start finding yourself focusing on their nipples and also thinking to yourself, this feels nice to me, yeah, you should immediately fucking stop, because you are a grotesque predator. What the fuck are these people talking about? What the fuck are they talking about? This has 6 likes. I'm gonna kill myself in Minecraft.
Yeah, I will say, like, to some degree, she's right on the thought crime thing, but to, like, a bigger degree, she's wrong. Like, and it's been something that she's actively, like, advocated against in the past. You can't, like, make your whole brain, your whole, like, brand, like, oh, you can't just, like, punish people for innocent words and thought crime. And then when it comes to this, suddenly it's, oh, God, like, people are trying to claim that there are thought crimes now. Oh, it's not real because it's a thought crime. Like, Kirsche, this is your brand. He didn't say he feels nice. He said it felt nice. Being for prosecuting thought crime sure is something for someone so worried about Marxist subversion of the system. Yeah, this is one of those things where, like, she's so desperate to get one over on this particular, like, mental condition that she'll just say whatever she can, and she doesn't consider, like, how bad it's gonna sound, or, like, if it's actually goes against something she has morally grandstanded about in the past. And that's why you have to be, like, careful with when you discuss this kind of stuff. You have to regularly do checks on yourself and, like, have a good moral framework to start with.
When it's your own children, it hits on another level. I'm so sorry, you're not alone. Every day, be the best father you can be. Try to remain present and accept these thoughts as nothing but thoughts when they arise. You're brave for talking about this and finding help. I didn't do that until my children were much older, and along the way, the distress caused me to withdraw at times. Don't let OCD take from your relationship with your child. You're doing great. I'm a father who loves my family and child and wouldn't do anything to hurt them. I had to change the diaper. Oh boy. This is a different post. This is another guy. I had to change the diaper and saw an area that needed to be wiped on the leg, but got anxious. I slightly moved my hand to wipe my hand was out away from my body and my child. I had the thought to grab the towel and wipe to be clean, but I got anxious, so my hand moved and then I pulled my hand away. I didn't go toward the towel. My hand moved near my child, but was far away. OCD says I was going to do something bad, but I know that's not who I am. And I know my therapist said my mind can involuntarily send signals due to anxiety to make me move my hand as a false alarm. And then I pull my hand away, obviously, because I have no intention of doing anything bad. OCD just makes me feel guilty and like I was going to do something, but I know that's not who I am. What? I don't know if I was moving my hand to wipe and then pulled away, but I wasn't moving my hand toward the towel, but just forward toward their leg. Nobody's gonna wipe poop away with their hand if they have wipes at availability. What the fuck? Or maybe it's what my therapist said. My mind said.
Okay, when you're a parent, your mind is like, always going a million miles an hour. So sometimes you forget that, oops, I forgot to grab a wipe to do this. I mean, it's like, heck, do you know how many times when I went to go grab something out of the oven that was almost burning, I almost grabbed the metal on the inside the oven instead of grabbing a, mitt first? That happens a lot. Just sometimes your brain skips a step, and then you're like, oh, wait, hold on, I need to do this first.
I'll let Lumi discuss this because I don't actually know anything about parenthood.
It's like sometimes your brain skips a step.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's a basic thing. Brain skips a step. I'm sure many people have done this before. Not in relation to, like, wiping shit off of a child, but literally anything. Yeah, plus with the anxiety made you more forgetful, exactly.
Yeah. Bad stream to watch while eating food. Grab the oven rack. Yep, exactly. My grandfather used to do that all the time, but, like, it didn't bother him. His hands were, like, so calloused, he'd just reach in, he'd grab, like, hot pans from the oven and just set them on the stovetop.
Oh, yeah, my dad's the exact same way. He can hold, like, scorching hot cast iron because he works with steel. My problem with my grandfather was he forgot that other people's hands weren't like that, so he'd, like, hand it over to me and be like, here, hold this for a second. I'm like, I can't hold that. That's a you thing. I can't touch that. It's gonna burn. Yeah.
But yeah, so something that like Kirsch has to consider that she isn't when she's reading through these is she's talking to people with actual like notable mental illness. And people with mental illness don't type in like a normal person way because their brains are a lot more scattered and they have a lot more like considerations to like what they're saying.
Yeah. I remember trying to grab a glass without opening my hand first.
Fair.
Yeah. Yeah, that happened.
Sending signals from anxiety and making me involuntarily move my hand, but in that moment I don't let anxiety control me, and I pulled my hand away. Wait, so is he trying to say that his anxiety is sending him signals and that's why his hand was moving closer without a wipe? And then his involuntarily moving, in that movement I don't let anxiety control me and make my hand move closer, I pull my hand away. So what? So the therapist is like, okay, when your hand goes to touch your child in an inappropriate way in your mind, that's the anxiety causing that to happen, and you moving it away is you controlling the situation? Like, what? This guy's so ESL, dude. I know I didn't have any bad intentions, I never did anything, and I'm a good, caring father, but OCD gets me to doubt and question and analyze me moving my hand and doubt my intentions. What the fuck? Back in the day, people used to blame the devil for their actions, now they're blaming OCD. Asphalt looking kind of soft. We need something stronger than asphalt, man. This is insane. Can I search? Can I search posts? Can I find more POCD posts? Search. POCD. You got a what is POCD, another what is POCD. This one just says POCD. People with POCD, be strong. No, you're not the only one suffering of the sickness. Why does it have a trigger warning? It's awful. I know, be strong. These fucking people. 2 years ago? Yeah, like I said, the POCD thing, as far back as I could find it being used was 2015. 2015. Search. We're gonna go back to the POCD search. What about POCD? This was one I haven't read. Still always scared and worried that deep down I'm a pedophile, that the signs have been there, signs being weird stuff I watched as a kid, also me being very touchy with other kids as a child. My POCD spiked when me and my best friend found out her ex is an actual pedophile. I just hate this, I don't even trust myself, and the groinal responses are unbearable. Oh, it's just like the gender euphoria boners. That means they're transgender and it's not a fetish. I really don't like this. I'm scared. I'm gonna die alone. Me and my friend were having a convo about pedos yesterday due to her ex, and I know a lot about them because I researched about them because of my OCD.
I also kind of want to throw this in here because I think Kirsche doesn't understand this either. Again, a lot of this stuff when she's talking about boners, she just doesn't understand because she's not a guy. For those of you who don't know, for a while, I thought I was trans. I am not. I kind of stopped that after a while. But when I thought I was, I started buying like skirts and underwear and like all the fun stuff that people talk about. The reason a lot of people pop boners when they put on women's underwear is because women's underwear is typically made out of silk. Guys, you know what I'm talking about. Our underwear is definitely not made of silk. It is a very different feeling on your manhood. That is typically the reason why a lot of guys will pop boners when they're wearing women's underwear. We don't get silk underwear, and we're not used to how it feels. We're used to like cotton and other like boring shit, whatever like briefs are made out of. Cotton is just a very different feel on yourself. And with skirts, it's just because we're not used to being airy. Yeah. Like, everything guys wear is pants or shorts related. We're not used to having, like, space.
It's like, okay, is that why the term uh-oh boners are a thing? Because they just kind of happen anywhere?
Yeah.
I see.
But, like, I think that's something that, like, the discussion doesn't come up enough when people talk about, oh, the euphoria boners. It's not a euphoria boner. It's because guys aren't used to wearing silk. And guys aren't used to having airy, like, bottoms. We're used to having, like, jeans and shorts where everything's pretty constricted.
I see.
Which, again, this is something I expect her to know, but this is just something that's more like, this is a guy thing that you literally would not know unless you had, like, a penis.
Very fair.
And also just happened to try on a skirt or panties. But, like, ever since then, like, I only wear, like, boy shorts now, and all my boy shorts are made out of silk. And, like, it, like, obviously doesn't happen anymore because I'm used to the feeling now. Like, if the theory was correct, I would just have, like, gender euphoria every day.
but now I'm scared she thinks I'm a pedophile, or I'm just a pedophile in denial who covers it up with OCD. As I'm writing this, I'm getting really bad groinal responses, and I don't know why. I used to be fine and got better with my POCD. Why is it back and 10 times worse? A lot of these people with paraphilias really like the, taboo and shame response that they get. So when they talk about doing something taboo, that's going to cause them to get aroused.
Actually, no, that's the completely different mental issue where people get off on getting shamed. Is this stream on Twitch? It is. I don't care what Twitch says though, because Twitch deletes all my VODs after a week anyways. It literally is an involuntary physiological response. Exactly. That's why I always get annoyed whenever women try and talk about boners. Because it's like, yeah, no, you don't understand. 90% of the time we don't control it. It just does what it does. Like, I'm sorry, we don't get to decide for it. That's why there's the common like meme when women are talking about men where they say he's thinking with his other head. Like, yeah, it like has a mind of its own. Stop talking about boners. You don't understand them. Just like we try to not talk about like all your processes.
You do have OCD, though, because you are disturbed by these thoughts. Oh, well, that's fine, then. As long as the pedophile knows he's disgusting and doing something bad, it's okay that he thinks about it. Pedophiles are not. They are intrigued and want to act on them. You being disturbed by these thoughts are a good thing, because it means you are a good person. I think you, too, should reach out to a therapist or a psychiatrist for help, too. Also, Google said that groinal response can happen when one is in a heightened state of anxiety, feeling joy, pain, or excitement. We call these high arousal emotions. Simply put, a groinal response is not always an indicator of arousal. Now, I'm not a man, so I don't have a penis. But I have a vagina, and I have anxiety. And I've made the jokes about how a panic attack is an orgasm's evil cousin, right? But like, I have never had an arousal response when I've had panic attacks or when I've been in a heightened state of anxiety.
Yeah, well, you're not a man, and vaginas don't work the same as penises. Stop talking about penises, Kirsche. You don't understand them.
She needs to get a man on stream that'll just be like, oh yeah, no, this is how this is.
Like, I just... Why does she insist on talking about stuff she doesn't understand? She's like, I have anxiety attacks, but, you know, it's never made me wet. Yeah, well, you're not a man, and getting wet doesn't work the same way a boner does.
Not a single fucking time. And I have been heavily medicated for anxiety, so I kind of know what that's like, you know? I kind of know what that's like. Not how boners work. You never had a fear boner? Right, like, I'm just saying, I don't have a penis, so I can't speak to, like, fucking... men being anxious and possibly getting a stiffy, right? Like, I imagine that doesn't happen, right? But I'm not a man, so I can't say for sure. There's a groinal response whenever I do a pants grab. When you have a panic attack, it feels like you're drowning and can't breathe. Yeah, like, I feel like I'm falling off of a very fucking tall building, dude. Boners happen randomly, even at gross stuff. A boner is just a blood pressure thing. Yeah, I mean, I can agree boners will happen randomly. I can't imagine a boner happening during a panic attack. That seems incredibly foreign to me. And also, the language with groinal responses to them getting aroused by, like, thoughts of children reminds me of, like, the fucking autogynephiliacs using euphoric for their boners. I was like, it's gender euphoria boner, you bigot. Fear boners aren't real unless the evil woman is hot. Well, fear boners are like a hentai thing, right? Like, it's definitely not real. I don't want to read any more of these pedophile posts, man. What triggers POCD? I think we already know. You don't have to manage POCD on your own. What are the symptoms? Common POCD obsessions. Did I sexually harm a child and forget? Did I click on child porn by accident? Will I become a pedophile in the future? Was I attracted to that child or teenager? Did I ever do something sexually inappropriate around loved ones? Should I have children if I'm having these thoughts? Did I have a physical sensation after looking at that child? Does God hate me for having these sexual thoughts? The answer to that last one is absolutely yes. Can we get a list of all California politicians that have POCD? Common POCD compulsions. Turning down jobs that involve working with children. If you have thoughts sexualizing children, you should absolutely not work a job that involves children. Like, what?
I hate to be a broken record, chat, but again, this is why she really needed to get the start of this right, because she's still, like, hung up on this, oh, your thoughts are of children sexually. That's not what the thoughts are of. The thoughts are of, am I a bad person? Did I do something wrong? And she like tries to, I guess in her head, she's thinking they actually did something and they're not sure if it was wrong or not. No, it's a delusion that they did something at all. They literally never did anything. but they have a delusion that they think they did something.
Mm-hmm.
She missed that at the very start, and it has colored everything else that comes after. What
That
happened?
list of all California politicians that have POCD?
Oh.
Common POCD compulsions. Turning down jobs that involve working with children. If you have thoughts sexualizing children, you should absolutely not work a job that involves children. Like what? Compulsively avoiding children, maybe even your own, choosing not to have children, seeking reassurance from others, i.e., did that person look older than 18? Watching content about pedophiles and comparing yourself to them, mentally reviewing present and past experiences for evidence of pedophilic behavior, watching child porn to check if your obsessions are what the fuck? What the actual fuck? I was not... Like, I know that comic earlier was very on the nose, right? But I did not expect them to just come out and say it. It's okay if you're watching child porn, you still...
Yes, Kirsche, you're correct. That is very out of pocket, and that is very bad. I'm not going to defend that one.
Yeah, whoever wrote this article should probably get looked into, because that is...
The thing is, the article's probably correct. That some people with these compulsions have probably sought that out.
It's like, okay, what? It's like, yeah, words. What did the second category say again? Like, what is she, like, these, words.
Compulsions.
Please. Yeah, like, these are a list of compulsions that people think that they need to do, or, I forgot.
It's a list of compulsions that people who have gone into, like, the office for therapy have described having.
I see.
So, no, the article is probably very correct in that some people have probably come in saying that this is something they sought out in order to try and prove themselves correct or incorrect. And this is where we get into the part where people who are mentally ill do not have, like, rational thoughts, right? A really big one is there are a lot of people with delusions of grandeur that get into this God complex where they think if they off themselves, they will ascend to a higher plane. That is very clearly a crazy, delusional, out there thought. But that is a thought they have. And if you read the pages like about those delusions, they will probably mention somebody wanting or trying to do that. This is where she needs to understand that we are talking about, we're not condemning or praising these actions. We are specifically talking about, in a clinician's, like, terms, what people have done.
Yeah.
At Mizu Tamari, can you explain the rationale behind this exclusion worldview of wanting to prohibit someone from participating in a topic if they do not meet a certain criteria relevant to the topic? That's just a normal worldview. If somebody's too stupid to talk about something, you don't really want to talk about it with them. I'm like, I don't know what you want me to say, bro.
Yeah,
we exclude people all the time in everything we do.
Yeah. It's like you wouldn't want somebody talking at like you wouldn't want somebody talking about world policies and issues at, like, you know, the United Nations if they have no idea what the hell's going on, right?
Yeah. That might be a possible symptom. I'm not seeing where the article writer says watching it's okay. Yeah, this is specifically talking about the people and what they might do. It's not like supporting or condemning it. It's saying this is just a fact of what some of them might do. And there's all kinds, like, I think a good example is, have you ever read, like, the back of a medicine bottle? And it says, like, these are possible side effects. That's basically what this is. It includes everything from you could get a tummy ache to you could die.
Yeah.
And it's not saying, like, oh, this medicine will kill you. It's saying it is a range of problems. Oh, am I defending it? I'm not.
We all know and we agree that pedophiles, like, you know, don't deserve rights and should be, like, you know, excommunicated from life.
How stupid is too stupid, I guess is what I'm asking. Is it a personal standard, or you prescribe a standard outside of your own, etc.? It's always a personal standard. And I kind of hate when people try and get in these discussions. Even if I came up with an objective standard, that objective standard would still be based on my subjective opinions about a subject. Everything will always be a subjective standard to some degree. In this stream, and apologize to Kirsche. No, she's wrong. She can't even read the paper. It could be.
Probably. I don't know, but it's like we can set our own standards to what we think people should or should not discuss. We obviously can't control, like, oh no, if you have no idea what the hell's going on, you can't talk about this whatsoever.
Oh, it might be. He's British. He said nonce.
Oh, well, look at that. I think your second admirer is coming back to you. All right,
can we complain about this one day? How British people have turned being a pedophile into a playground insult? I actually watched like a whole video on this, but it's become extremely common for like British people to just call people a pedophile like we would call somebody stupid or gay in America. Like they just be, you pedophile. But they say nonce, which means pedophile. It's their word for it. Yeah. So they'd like be chatting shit with their friends, be like, dude, stop being such a nonce. It's like, that's not a word you throw around like that. You make it like a joke or just a playground insult.
And it's like, guys, this is like a new standard for his chat. Unless he has like a significant reason to, he won't ban people.
Yeah. Like, if somebody's being dumb in chat, you can just ignore them. It's probably for the best.
Or you can block their messages yourself as well.
I only address them if I think it's funny. I think his is funny because he's clearly just being a Kirsche simp. Like, it's one thing if you come in here with, like, an actual argument. It's another if you come in here and, like, stop bullying my fox waifu. She loves me. I know that one day we'll be married. Did you see that happen with that Gunpie girl?
Yeah, I seen it.
I feel a little bad because apparently, like, PayPal is accepting, like, 6 month ago chargebacks on her stuff. I think that's like shitty and that's bad. But it's funny that her followers have completely turned against her because they found out she was dating somebody.
Yeah. Don't cultivate a girlfriend experience persona and, have people think they have a shot with you.
Don't worry, chat. You can go to my alt account and get a boyfriend experience. And I will cheat on you. I will tell you publicly. I'm cheating on all of you with all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for not just banning people, which Kirsche did to me unironically. I really only ban bots. I have banned a couple people that just like were constantly shitting up chat because it makes the streams a lot less fun. But unless somebody is like just actively spamming constantly, I typically leave it alone. I'd probably do it more if there was like a huge group of people, because like the collective group themselves would make chat bad. But for like 1 or 2 people, it's fuck it, whatever.
Yeah.
Didn't touch a child, that means you're not a pedophile. You just have POCD, don't worry about it. Chippy Chanduko! Oh, I'm just checking, bro, it's okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Jared from Subway was just curious, Kirsche. I'm being a bigot, I know. Watching how others behave around children and comparing it with your own behavior. Oh my god. The relationship between POCD and false arousal. Have you ever looked at a child and felt an unwanted tingle in your genital area? It's not uncommon for people with POCD, or any OCD subtype for that matter, to experience something known as groinal response. A groinal response is a feeling of arousal which could include anything from tingling, swelling, warmth, lubrication, etc. that's typically linked to an OCD obsession, which can actually be triggered by anxiety. Oh, I'm so glad that when I get horny, it's not actually a response to things that I find sexually attractive. It's just, I just have OCD chat. That's why I sit on a towel. Holy shit, they're just lying. Yeah, they're just fucking lying.
No, Kirsche, that's actually how penises work. I'm sorry, like, you don't know this, but yes, we do just get random boners. The penis just does do weird stuff.
And also, like, with OCD and stuff, I have heard of women, like, getting turned on as they're obsessively cleaning their houses. It's weird.
Da, 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 da.
Again, like, I know this shit is disgusting and difficult to listen to, but since POCD is becoming a popular defense now, I think it's very important for people to understand where this is coming from. What the ever-living fuck is this? You've looked at kids before and wanted to punt them across the city, but that's because they're being little shits. Gabriel, blow the trumpets. True and real. Well, wait, if someone does the Kirsche, they're okay if they have anxiety. Do not fuck woodland critters! Can someone check the hard drives and phone histories of everyone who works at this NOCD thing? With Trump getting rid of the IRS, we know why you sit on that towel. I need more IRS employees to lose their jobs. The way it works with OCD is something like, I'm not interested in that at all, but I have a body response that says I am. Says Zinman Ibrahim. If I speak, I will be arrested. The more I pay attention to see if it's happening, I'm starting to notice. Me too, guy, actually. And maybe even making it happen more often. Then people get really nervous because they think, I walked by the school and I saw a 5-year-old and I got a groinal response. This means I'm probably attracted to kids. Yes, that is what it means! Normal people don't see a child and get aroused! What the fuck do you mean? I am losing my fucking mind here. Know that POCD arousal is not the same as sexual arousal.
Again, like, I think it's funny that her chat explained to her earlier that yes, in fact, the male penis does get aroused by the most random ass shit at the most random times. And she acknowledged, like, those chat comments that were telling her this. And she just kept saying, well, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't believe that. Like, that's just her response to everything that tells her she's wrong, is I just don't believe it. I don't believe that sounds like... also, normal people don't have POCD, it's a disorder. Exactly. She's like, yeah, normal people don't do that. Exactly. That's why these people are in therapy for a disorder. Do you not understand anything, Kirsche? Like, everything she's saying, it's like, but logic, but normal, but I think. Yeah, you're wrong. You're dealing with a field where logic doesn't really matter. But we don't understand, like, a lot of reasons why, like, mental health and mental disorders come about point blank. We have ideas about, like, where some of them stem from, but there's no way to, like, recreate it, and there's no way to, like, undo it. We just kind of, it happens.
Arousal. This is referred to as arousal non-concordance, and it's a well-documented psychological phenomenon that is entirely distinct from sexual arousal. Oh my god, dude.
Dark Resurrect for 10. Here's the medical explanation from someone in medicine. Your blood pressure and heart rate goes up during anxiety or stress, which will inherently cause more flow to the Johnson. It's normal. Exactly. Like, there's a million things that can cause, like, your blood pressure and heart rate to go up. But obviously anxiety, stress, being scared, being turned on, there's like a million ways to do it.
Boingo Boingo's little girl song intensifies. At this point, you might be questioning the meaning of POCD and wondering, how is pedophile OCD any different from pedophilia? Yeah, because it's fucking not! While the two may seem like they involve similar themes, they couldn't be more different, and we'll tell you why. POCD looks like, oh no, what if I'm attracted to people who aren't 18, says Zinman Ibrahim. But this is only because that's the last thing you would ever want. On the flip side, someone who is a pedophile accepts or even welcomes these thoughts and may fantasize about sexual contact with children. A major distinction between POCD versus pedophilia is that pedophilia doesn't lead to compulsions. They can't be fucking serious here, right? People with POCD engage in compulsions to seek reassurance and reduce distress, while pedophilia involves an acceptance of these thoughts rather than fear. If you're a pedophile, you don't do compulsions to avoid those thoughts because you're not scared of them, says Zinman Ibrahim. If you're scared, it tends to be more about getting caught and in trouble.
Yeah, so this is her not understanding what compulsion means in a therapy context. A compulsion is not just something you want to do. A compulsion is something your brain forces you to do.
Yeah, it's like, I think she forgets the O in OCD, obsessive.
Yeah. Like, and she just, because this, I talk about this with, like, law a lot, but in law, at the bottom of a law, there's something called, like, the definition section, and a lot of people skip it, because they're like, well, I know the definitions to words, so why would I need a definition section? It's because the definitions of stuff in certain fields are completely different than the Webster's Dictionary definition. They use it in a completely different context. So like for OCD, compulsive in OCD does not mean something I just kind of want to do. It's something my brain is forcing me to do, and by not doing it, it causes me physical distress. Like, she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Good news! If you struggle with the fear of being a pedophile, know that POCD is highly treatable with the right form of therapy. Exposure and response prevention therapy is the most effective treatment for managing all subtypes of OCD. Often, people with pedophile OCD are referred to talk therapies like cognitive behavioral therapy to overcome their symptoms, but these are not nearly as effective as ERP. Oh, CBT is not as effective as ERP. I see, I understand. And can even make OCD symptoms worse. Oh, there's a little video.
There are subtypes of OCD that can be really difficult for people. We talk about scrupulosity, morals and ethics and religion. We talk about harm. What if I were to do harm to myself or someone else? When we also talk about pedophilic OCD. What if I were to harm a child in some way or do something that would be really uncomfortable? People have this notion that if I think something, it must be true. Now, let's first break that notion. So if you're watching this right now, I would like you to stare at your ceiling, and I would like you to wish for it to collapse upon you, crushing you to death.
What the fuck?
In the next 10 seconds. I will do it with you. Go. Come on, ceiling. Here we go. Crash. Come on.
Yeah, Kirsche, it's funny because he's showing you how stupid your line of thinking is. That's the whole point of this little thought experiment he's doing.
I still seem to be here, meaning that my brain powers of ripping the ceilings down is not working today.
I don't think you can compare brain powers of ripping the ceiling down to having thoughts of molesting children. Normal people do not have thoughts of molesting children, my guy. That's not... I do not think this is comparable. It's hard for you to laugh at this when you're so disgusted.
But maybe tomorrow. I've also done that example probably 9,000 times already in my career, and it still has not happened. But I also have no guarantee that it won't. And I'm okay with not having a guarantee. OCD is not okay with having no guarantee. OCD wants a guarantee. And when it comes to pedophilic OCD, OCD wants this guarantee that I would never do anything that would ever harm a child whatsoever. And at its most extreme, I've treated someone, and I can talk about this because we wrote an article about it and the person was involved in it. We worked with someone who didn't even hold their child.
Hypotheticals are confusing sometimes. Unironically, Kirsche with this thought experiment reminds me of the "what did you eat for breakfast this morning?" I didn't eat breakfast. Okay, well, what would you have eaten for breakfast? But I didn't eat breakfast. That's what this comes across to me. Is like, I don't understand. Like, the ceiling doesn't collapse. It's not the same thing. Like, it's a thought experiment, Kirsche. Like, just for a minute, put yourself in like somebody else's shoes.
I mean, with people who lack empathy and stuff, unfortunately cannot put themselves in other people's shoes. That's the thing.
Yeah. And I think somebody else says it better than me with the breakfast thing. She keeps saying normal people don't do that. Like, yes, Kirsche, it's a mental disorder. It's not normal. It's like, okay, well, Kirsche, what if you had a mental disorder? Well, I don't have this mental disorder. But what if you did? What would you think? Well, I don't have it, though. Like, she doesn't have it, so it doesn't exist, is how it seems to be working in her mind.
For the first 6 months out of their child's life, out of fear of what if I would do something harmful to them? What if while changing their diaper I accidentally molested them, or I touched them inappropriately, or I pushed too hard when I was wiping them, or something like that? And so her mother moved in, and her husband was taking care of the child, and she was always 6 feet away from the child, telling them what to do.
I don't know how you accidentally molest. Like, that's not accidental. Like that guy's post we read earlier about him rubbing his fucking daughter's chest. That's not. Like, if you're just rubbing Vicks Vapo Rub-In, right? Like, you're just rubbing...
Again, it's kind of... Please, Kirsche, look up postpartum psychosis. It's like, oh, what if I accidentally harm my child by, like, you know... Say that if the mother is bathing the child, she starts just, like, drowning the kid, starting to slowly put the child underwater and holding them there. It's similar to that, to the point where she can't trust herself around her child, so she has to have the husband or someone else take care of him.
Yeah. she's not getting it. And it's not even just like it's the articles, it's her own chat. Now we have a psychologist trying to explain it to her, and every step of the way she's like, I don't get it, you're wrong. She's not engaging at all with it. And somebody did mention it earlier. Basically, because the word pedophile is involved in this at all, she's just not engaging. She's turned off her brain entirely, and she says, I don't have to listen to anything this guy says. Remember what we talked about yesterday when I told you your shenanigans could bring significant heart to -8 situation? Guess what? Respect Elves has found your post. He found it the first time, and he was wrong the first time, and people beat the crap out of him the first time.
I have no idea who that is. Is that a bread tuber?
That he might as well be at this point.
Let's see.
But like, no, he had found my -8 post, and he tried to like BTFO me by retweeting it and being like, look how big of an idiot this guy is. And it got like 20 likes on it compared to like the couple thousand mine got.
Yeah, I see.
I don't know, did he actually post anything? No. He linked to my stream. This dude is defending pedophiles again. Like, I don't think... I have to address this, like, publicly on stream just because he's already brought it up now and I've read it. First off, I don't care about Respect Elves. His account really gets about the same interaction as mine. If anything, me and him would just get in a slap fight at this point. Also, it's funny that he's retweeting, like, Lolly right after, but that's funny. So not only that, he's not a content creator, so whatever. And then the third thing is, nothing's going to affect -8. We talked about this earlier on stream. -8 only is really active on Korean social media. And two things, to join Korean social media, you have to have a Korean social security number. Korea has always been big about this for some reason. And Koreans don't care. Would you interview them who respect elves? I mean, I would. I'd interview anybody. I'd interview Kirsche. I'd interview Rev. Well, not anybody. I think there's like a couple people who I'd probably say no to. Most people, I'd interview just about anybody. But they have to, before the interview, agree that we're going to be respectful and we're not going to like shout at each other and be mean to each other.
That's normal, that's fine, that's whatever. But he went further into thought and he's like, wow, this feels nice. I love my child's nipples. I guess that's the difference between a normal human being and a pedophile. Fear and anxiety is not rational, Kirsche. Please don't defend this after everything we've just read.
But never getting any closer. It wasn't until 7.5 months after her child was born that in my office, she picked up her child for the very first time. Now, we were all in tears at that point, let me tell you. Here's what OCD did. It convinced her that, you had a what if
telling
thought?
You how to feel.
Well, that must mean that you want to do it. Name me one new parent that hasn't had a what if thought about something harmful coming to their child. Like, what if I drop them? Or what if the bathwater's too cold or too hot? Or what if the formula is not the right temperature or anything?
I don't think you can compare a parent worrying about dropping their child or if the bathwater's the right temperature or like if the baby's too cold to what if I accidentally molest my child? Like that is in another fucking galaxy of thought. What the actual hell?
Thing of that nature. If we were to stop doing things because of what if questions, none of us would ever leave our homes. Society would collapse within 3 months. The human species would be dead within 6 months, and there would just be none of us left whatsoever.
Yeah, the water temperature dropping irrational worries.
The animals take over. We're gone.
I was like whenever anybody hands me their baby to hold, my immediate thought is, oh God, what if I drop this thing? What if I accidentally like hold it too hard? They're very squishy. What if I give it brain damage? You know, like normal thoughts about this thing is very fragile, and I do not wish to harm it. It's like a piece of very fragile glass. Do not break the baby. What if I dropped the demon core?
In pedophilic OCD, these what if questions rule our lives to the point of, I need to do everything that I possibly can to protect anyone around me, especially kids. And therefore, I will have others around to guarantee that I won't do anything. I will run my thoughts past them, the images that I have past them, the urges that I have past them, asking them to tell me that it's fine and that everything will be okay and that I won't need to worry about it, that I'm a good parent, that I'm a decent person. And you know what? When you have OCD, you'll never get enough of that. You will never scratch that itch to the point that it will go away. The goal is to recognize
Dude,
that
self-reporting.
as a parent, you're going to goof up. Stuff's going to happen.
Oops, you just molested your child, but that's okay. You're not a pedophile.
Oh my
You just had,
God.
POCD. Whoopsie, just a little.
This is just like how it's the only way she can interact with this is just be dismissive and flippant about it. Excellent example of why right-wingers constantly fumble anime. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
It goes from normal to mentally ill when your concerns cause significant and prolonged distress. Exactly. God's most dense coconut. It's genuinely hard to take her seriously this whole time. Also, Dark Resurrect for 10, I wish to pose this hypothetical. Working in medicine, I have to treat kids sometimes. Am I bad for worrying about how I do my job as to not do something to upset the child or upset the parents? That's a little off of what he's trying to get at, but like it's I see the vision there. I think Kirsche 200% fails the breakfast question. Oh, 100%.
Still a little minor oopsie daisy. A little goof, if you will.
You're going to be walking down the hall and you're going to turn while you're holding your kid and you're going to bump your kid's head on the doorway one day. That kind of thing happens. You're going to turn around and you're going to turn back and your kid's eating the dog food out of the dog bowl with your dog, right? These are things that occur. But OCD says that's not acceptable. There should be nothing that you could do that ever harm a child. And the worst thing that you could possibly do, some kind of pedophilic type of thing. Well, since we've now known what the worst thing you could ever do is, you better be on guard 24/7 to make sure that doesn't ever happen. Because if you're not on guard, you might slip up. And if you slip up and you do something, what awful, horrible, evil person are you for having done such a thing? I don't treat people with pedophilia. I treat people who are afraid of what if I were to have that, right? This what if question is the nature of obsessive compulsive disorder.
Is he trying to mask pedophilia with just people being overly anxious? That is
Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god.
He can't explain it in any like more plain terms. It's physically, I genuinely believe it's physically impossible for him to make this any more simple. And she can't.
It's being laid out so simply that a moron can understand it. But it's like, I don't know if she legitimately can't understand it, or she's just outright refusing to understand what he's saying.
This is pain, and this is what I meant, like, when I posted about this on Twitter, and I said, like, I was torturing myself watching this. I cannot stand when people are this dumb about it. Like, it's okay if somebody doesn't understand something, but we are getting to the point where she's just... I don't understand, like, how you can be this dumb. She's so deep in the wrong, she can't say she's wrong now. Yeah, I mean, that's probably it, too. Because, like, we're so deep in the hole at this point. She would look way worse if after, like... Because there's been cuts in between this, so we've probably been at, like, 2 hours, 2.5 in her actual stream. She would look like such an idiot if she was like, oh, I get it now. You know what I mean? She can't say that.
It makes it worse that apparently she doubled down more.
Yeah.
Tonight.
He set up a slam dunk and Kirsche slam dunks herself instead.
entirely what POCD seems to be in their connotation, right? Like, I am willing to give a asterisk. POCD could be a real thing in people who were victims of molestation, who were victims of, like, being exposed to sexual things as a child, and they might be incredibly anxious and develop obsessive compulsions over, I don't want to be like the people who victimized me. I don't want to be like the people I saw victimize other. What if I do that? Because we know that there's a repeat chance that someone who was a victim then becomes the abuser, right? I can see that being a thing. We're looping, I know. I can see that being a thing, but that is not how any of these articles have presented POCD. These articles have presented POCD as, you're merely having thoughts of molesting children, and you're not acting on them. That means you're not a pedophile. And beyond that, you know that it's wrong, and you feel bad about having those thoughts, so you're not a pedophile. That's literally what all of these things we've read have said. It's subversion.
And the work that we do with people all day long is to help them learn that just because they have an intrusive kind of thought like this doesn't mean that it's going to make something occur. If this is happening in your life, Help is available. Reach out to us.
We'll give you the bullet. To learn more about OCD and effective treatment, visit nocd.com. Oh boy. Oh boy. We specialize in treating POCD. We got some licensed therapists here, man. Reach out to us. We're here to help. I just don't know about all that. I just don't know about all that, man. Well, okay. Well, okay. Forgot the most ridiculous part of it all. They want to make it so people stop being pissed at them for having these thoughts that are seen as real bad people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's a little fucky wucky. That's a little fucky wucky. And then, I found a forum. I'll post the link to the forum in chat. This is the forum I'm about to read. It's, female pedophiles are not labeled as such. Instead, they are diagnosed with pedophilic obsessive-compulsive disorder. This is February 7th, 2024. In this society where a normal man is shunned and labeled as a pedophile for wishing to date prime girls and then turned into a national headline, female humanoids are instead spared of having any responsibility, further proving that females live life on tutorial mode. Females that are pedophiles are instead diagnosed with POCD, which, yes, is a real thing according to clinical psychologists. And they link Jordan Levi's fucking thing that we read earlier. I feel like this is a very weird way to phrase it, obviously. A prime, you know, yeah, femoids and prime. You know this guy is a fucking weird-ass dude. Of prime girls. He's mad at the female pedophiles, but not the male ones. And then there's a little image here. There's a little image here. I can show this image because it obscures the slurs. I can show this image. It's always mental health matters until you're actually fucked up and not just TikTok fucked up. Someone down here said, "Me and my POCD, I work with kids and have considered quitting because of it. Imagine how uncomfortable I am when my brain tries to convince me I like kids." Again, this is not being used in a way where a victim is terrified of becoming like their abuser. This is a way for pedophiles to hide what they are doing and take advantage of idiots who are willing to believe it. Into the chipper you go. It is literally rebranded map rhetoric. That is all it is. Even the actual counseling sites themselves sound like that.
I think she was reading Kiwi Farms.
No, I think those were TikTok comments.
No, the background, you can see it. I think that's Kiwi Farms.
Oh yeah, that is Kiwi Farms.
I don't know why she's not just showing the website. She's just like, you can see it in the background though. I kind of recognize the layout to it. So let's get this straight, Kirsche. You are taking a random post from Kiwi Farms that says women get away with it with this diagnosis, and you're just running with that. Like, they don't provide like evidence or anything. They just say it's true. And you didn't double check it. You didn't think that maybe you should run it back on that one. Not at all.
Nope.
She's so dumb on this subject.
She's just set in her ways. There's no changing her mind. Even if she's like, you know, shown that she is wrong with so many facts and people telling her to her face that she's wrong, she'll probably be like, "No, you're wrong and you guys are quack."
Where is it? Oh, here, I'll show you this really quick.
Okay.
This is what the person came in here was talking about.
I see.
Why does everyone think I'm trans?
I have no idea.
Everyone always says I'm trans. They call me a tranny or a troon. That's funny. I immediately ratioed them, by the way. just like with a joke post. That's just how this goes for me. Like, this is the person that guy was coming in here was scared about, like, knowing that I exist. Like, no, I don't care. I've never cared about them. In the end, she took the subject from her valid distrust in academia and its shenanigans, and you of good faith, academic discovery, and its nuances. Personally, make your own decision, be your own. Honestly, I think she just doesn't want to give even the slightest inch on this particular issue. Yeah, but at like a certain point, you have to like understand that there has to be some give and take. Don't they see your masculinity? I am the most masculine, chat. Honestly though, chat, I'm glad you all stayed for this and sat through it with us. This is not like an attack on Kirsche. I'm not sitting here like, we need to take down Kirsche or something like that. I just think she made a bad video. She made a bad stream, and she doubled down on it a little too hard. Yeah, and depending on how soon the stream from today gets edited down, we might do another one. I don't know if I want to torture myself with that, but okay. Hey, we got to see how much she gets wrong again. I mean, that's a possibility. Mizu's masculinity is so powerful, even straight guys want him. Exactly. Are there any VTubers streaming tonight? You mentioned Rev in this as well. I didn't see anything that Rev posted. We were just shown Kirsche's stream. I mentioned Rev on my Twitter thread because Rev was kind of starting with the talking shit on their own as well. Hi. Let me see if I can just find the post. I don't see anybody that I usually watch that's live right now. So my original post about all of this when I saw the Kirsche video for the first time was, this will be a long one, so teal deer, all of you need to stop talking about POCD because none of you know what you're talking about. And then the important section is, notably, recently both Rev Says Desu and Kirsche have made subtle references to specifically my thread on -8/-pal, and both are illiterate. They looked at the page on POCD and just ignored all the parts that didn't fit their preconceived notions about what it is. So what happened was, somebody that is stalking Rev, supposedly that is like an actual pedo, mentions having POCD on a live stream, and Rev replies to it saying, I googled what POCD is, I've never been more disgusted in my life. And it's like, okay, well, you clearly didn't read what it was. And everybody just like jumped on with him. It's like, oh god, it is so bad, it's terrible. Like, ugh, so annoying. May I suggest Amedal for the Twitch side raid? I could do that. I actually follow Amedal. Mizu looks like a femboy or a trap, and you're all for denying the trans people this. Mizu is a femboy. He literally says he is a femboy puddle in his Twitter. Yeah. But we will raid out to Amedal on the Twitch side. On the YouTube side, unfortunately, nobody's streaming right now. More people need to multi-stream over to YouTube so we have more people to throw others at. Exactly. I do appreciate you guys showing up. Remember, I don't stream on Mondays, but we do watch movies and stuff on Mondays. For those of you who like older stuff, or more like, I guess, niche stuff, I've decided that this Monday and next Monday, we're going to be watching Log Horizon. So I'll watch the first 6 episodes this Monday and the last 6 next Monday of the first season. So if you guys want to drop by my Discord, have fun with that. Let me get the link for you. I think it's always very fun to do the movie nights with you guys. Mizu is our little hagfish. Mizu is a good puddle. But yes, to reiterate once again, I know we have a huge audience crossover with Kirsche, but obviously no sending hate. Everyone is allowed to have bad takes. I have bad takes all the time, like saying that I like certain foods or that my opinions on things are cringe. Also, I don't know what Rian. Rian, send me a message on Discord. I have something to send you to get your opinion on. Don't do it. He'll send you his ass. I wouldn't send that to Rian.
Yeah, he's only allowed to send his ass pictures to me for free.
Your friend is cute? Yeah, this is Lumi. This is my my other podcast host.
Hi, I'm a fish, and this week I'm running Arch's channel because he can't stop me.
Oof, Log Horizon is considered older stuff. Look, Log Horizon is only considered older stuff because there was a huge delay between Season 2 and Season 3 because the author was a little too based and committed tax evasion. It was Season 2 and Season 3, right, chat? Where he got busted for tax evasion and he went to jail for like 3 years?
Jeez.
Look, he is extremely based, and I am glad for once that, like, an artist I liked his work, when he got in trouble, it was for something I can say based to, instead of, like, some Hollywood person that got outed as a pedo.
Also, Lumi's in defeat. No, I'm not. Fuck you guys.
Mizu probably recognized me from a different YouTuber's comment section about Mary. I might have. I see a lot of people lately. Apothecary Dyer's mangaka did that too, really?
Yes.
Well, he's kind of based too, then. Base tax evasion. The only the only complaint I have with them is they clearly need to do it better because they shouldn't have gotten caught.
Good stream. I agree with you on this one. I was facepalming watching this at times.
Yeah. Don't go hate on Kirsche, guys, but you know, do what you will with your opinion and whatnot.
Yeah. Good discussion on, like, you know, different topics is good because we don't like surrounding ourselves with people that always agree with us.
Yeah.
Because then that's just cringe. We like having, like, you know, differing opinions, even if some of those opinions are cringe and objectively wrong. But it's good. It's good. It keeps the debate brain up, keeps it in check.
If if any of you like know Kirsche personally, or you think Kirsche should come talk to me, tell her my DMs are open. I'll talk to her anytime. I genuinely don't bother, or it generally doesn't bother me to talk to people. Didn't the Fate Studio also get in trouble for tax evasion? Yeah, apparently in Japan, tax evasion is like a big issue. Which the Japanese are kind of based for that.
Illumi, did Monster Hunter tire you out? I've been playing Monster Hunter since I woke up today, and I'll be playing more Monster Hunter tomorrow. Well, actually, no, I might take tomorrow off of streaming because I'm guesting on another person's stream tomorrow a little earlier in the day. I'm probably gonna watch some shows in my Discord and everything. And then after that, I'll be streaming Monster Hunter on Arch's channel.
Ooh, fun.
Yes. They'll actually be able to see some real gameplay that's not just autism map war game.
But night, guys. Love you all. I hope to see you all in the Discord. I'll link it again. If you want to just go watch it with us. And we'll see you guys later. Be good. Don't do anything bad. Spread love and positivity. And remember to pass it on to other people. Night, guys.
Good night, guys.